Hi everyone and welcome to the first lesson in Unit 4. In this lesson, we will learn numerous words related to weather and geography. And the first lesson is all about seasons. So let's first look at the word for the season, and this is 계절, 계절. Now, 계절 is the word for seasons like spring, summer, and so on. And in this word, the Y glide vowel 예 weakens. So this is pronounced 계절, 계절. Let's say that together. 계절, 계절. Now, 계절 is the word we use to talk about seasons like spring and summer, but when we talk about it being a good season to grow certain types of fruit or vegetables, we don't use this word. Instead, we use the word 철, 철. And we use this word to talk about it being a good season or good time of the year to grow certain fruits or vegetables. But we also use 철 to talk about it being a good time of the year to do various things, such as moving houses, 이사철, 이사철, or even to go on holiday, 휴가철, 휴가철. So 이사철 refers to a good season to move house, and 휴가철 is the good time of the year to go on holiday. And as you can imagine, 이사 is a noun that means moving home, and 휴가 is a noun that means holiday or vacation. Let's practice these phrases. 철, 이사철, 휴가철. Excellent, well done. Now, to talk about seasons changing, we can use the verb 바뀌다. 바뀌다. The verb 바뀌다 refers to one thing replacing another. So as well as seasons replacing one another, if your friend bought a new car, you can say 차가 바뀌다. 차가 바뀌다, meaning that the new car has changed the old car. Now to say season has changed, we can say 계절이 바뀌다. 계절이 바뀌다. And in terms of pronunciation, the we vowel in 귀 weakens, and this is pronounced 바뀌다, 바뀌다. 계절이 바뀌다, 계절이 바뀌다. Let's practice saying that. 계절이 바뀌다, 계절이 바뀌다. That was great, well done. Now, sometimes Korean people also use the verb 변하다, 변하다, which means to change, to talk about seasons changing. And using 변하다 is also quite common to talk about seasons changing. However, the nuance of these verbs, 변하다 and 바뀌다, is a little different. 변하다 is more about something changing its state. So if someone's mood goes from happy to sad, we can use the verb 변하다 to talk about their mood changing form. However, 바뀌다 is more about one thing replacing another. So if a player is replaced by another player in sports game, we would use the verb 바뀌다 and not 변하다. So while we can use both 바뀌다 and 변하다 to talk about seasons changing, in essence, they mean different things. Okay, so let's now move on to names of seasons. Now, we Koreans always talk about Korea having 4 very distinct seasons, so let's go through the words that refer to each season. First, we have the word for spring, and this is 봄, 봄. Let's say that together. 봄, 봄. 봄 is perhaps everyone's favorite season in Korea as the weather is quite cool, unlike the summer, which can get very hot. And to say spring is cool, we can say 봄은 시원하다. 봄은 시원하다. 시원하다 is a descriptive verb and it means to be cool. Let's say that together. 봄은 시원하다. 봄은 시원하다. Great job. Then we have the summer. 여름, 여름. Let's say that together. 여름, 여름. Summer in Korea can get very, very hot. And to say summer is hot, we can say 여름은 덥다. 여름은 덥다. 덥다 means to be hot. Let's say this sentence together. 여름은 덥다. 여름은 덥다. That was excellent. Well done. Next, we have autumn, and this is 가을. 가을. Say that with me. 가을. 가을. Autumn in Korea can be a little chilly, and to say autumn is chilly, we can say 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 쌀쌀하다 means to be chilly. Let's say this sentence together. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. Excellent efforts. Well done. Lastly, we have the winter, and winter is 겨울. 겨울. Let's say that together. 겨울. 겨울. Let's say winter is cold. 겨울은 춥다. 겨울은 춥다. 춥다 means to be cold. Repeat after me. 겨울은 춥다. 겨울은 춥다. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 계절 means season, and 철 is also season, but we use it to talk about a good season for growing certain plants or good season for doing certain things. 바뀌다 means to change, as in to replace something, and we use it to talk about seasons changing. Then we have the seasons, and first, 봄 is spring. 시원하다 means to be cool. 여름 is summer, and 덥다 means to be hot. 가을 is autumn, and 쌀쌀하다 means to be chilly. 겨울 is winter, and lastly, 춥다 means to be cold. Okay, so today we learned a lot of useful vocabulary related to seasons in this lesson. And as always, do make sure to take the review lesson right after this to test what you learned in this lesson. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 계절, 계절. 철, 철. 바뀌다, 바뀌다. 봄, 봄. 봄은 시원하다. 봄은 시원하다. 여름, 여름. 여름은 덥다. 여름은 덥다. 가을, 가을. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 겨울, 겨울. 겨울은 춥다. 겨울은 춥다. 계절, 계절. 철, 철. 바뀌다, 바뀌다. 봄, 봄. 계절, 계절. 봄은 시원하다. 봄은 시원하다. 여름, 여름. 여름은 덥다. 여름은 덥다. 철, 철. 가을, 가을. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 바뀌다, 바뀌다. 겨울, 겨울. 겨울은 춥다. 겨울은 춥다. 봄, 봄. 여름, 여름. 가을, 가을. 겨울, 겨울. 여름은 덥다. 여름은 덥다. 봄은 시원하다. 봄은 시원하다. 겨울은 춥다. 겨울은 춥다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. 가을은 쌀쌀하다. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn useful language related to the topic of rain. Let's begin with the word for rain, and this is 비, 비. Let's say that together. 비, 비. Now, to say that rain is falling, as in the verb to rain, we say 비가 오다, 비가 오다. The verb 오다 means to come, and this is how we say to rain. Now, there is another verb we can use instead of 오다, but we will learn about this word a little later in this lesson. Let's first say 비가 오다 to rain. Repeat after me. 비가 오다. 비가 오다. That was great. Let's now say to stop raining. 비가 그치다. 비가 그치다. The verb 그치다 means to stop. And as well as rain stopping, we can use this verb to talk about many other things stopping, such as stop crying or stop speaking. So 그치다 can be used in various other contexts. Let's practice saying to stop raining. 비가 그치다. Repeat after me. 비가 그치다. 비가 그치다. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have a word for a sudden heavy downpour which lasts a short time. And this type of rain seems more common in Korea than in the UK where I live. And this is 소나기. 소나기. And in terms of pronunciation, you can pronounce this word 소나기, but sometimes, especially in speech, people will say 소나기, 소나기. So do keep that in mind. Let's practice saying this word. 소나기, 소나기. Let's say a sudden shower stopped. 소나기가 그치다. 소나기가 그치다. Repeat after me. 소나기가 그치다. 소나기가 그치다. Great job, well done. Next word is a similar meaning word to 소나기, and this is 폭우. 폭우. 폭우 also refers to a sudden heavy downpour. And in this word, 폭 means strong and violent, and 우 means rain. In general, both 소나기 and 폭우 are similar in meaning, but 폭우 is more formal than 소나기. So if a weather forecaster wants to talk about a sudden heavy downpour, he or she will use 폭우 rather than 소나기. And in terms of pronunciation, the 기역 받침 in 폭 carries over. So this is pronounced 폭우, 폭우. Let's practice saying this word. 폭우, 폭우. That was great. Next, we have light rain, drizzle. And this is 이슬비, 이슬비. The word 이슬 on its own refers to dew, but together with 비, it becomes drizzle. 이슬비. Let's say that together. 이슬비, 이슬비. Excellent job. Next word is something we need when it's raining, and it's an umbrella. And this is 우산, 우산. Now, like 폭우, this 우 also means rain, and 산 means an umbrella. And it's also used in other words like parasol, which is 양산, and parachute, which is 낙하산. Let's practice saying this word, umbrella. 우산, 우산. Great job. Next, we have the word for hail, and this is 우박, 우박. 박 in this word refers to hail, and same as before, 우 refers to rain. Let's say this word together. 우박, 우박. Now, to talk about hail falling, as in the verb to hail, we can use the verb 내리다, 내리다 with 우박. This verb 내리다 literally means to fall, and we can also use this verb with 비 to talk about raining. Let's say to hail, 우박이 내리다, 우박이 내리다. Repeat after me. 우박이 내리다, 우박이 내리다. Great effort. Okay, so we have two more words left. First of which is the monsoon, and this is 장마, 장마. Now, to refer to monsoon season, we use the word 철 and say 장마철, 장마철. Now, 장마철 in Korea is between June and July, and as you can imagine, the rainfall does get quite heavy during this period in Korea. Let's practice saying this word, 장마, 장마, 장마. Excellent job, well done. The final word in this lesson is a flood, and this is 홍수, 홍수. Let's say that together. 홍수, 홍수. In this word, 홍 means flood and 수 means water. And to talk about a flood happening, as in the verb to flood, we use the verb 나다 with 홍수. 나다 is a verb and it means to happen. So we can say 홍수가 나다, 홍수가 나다. Let's say that together. 홍수가 나다, 홍수가 나다. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 비 means rain, and to say to rain, we can use the verb 오다, which means to come with rain, and say 비가 오다. And the verb 그치다 means to stop. So to stop raining in Korean is 비가 그치다. 소나기 refers to a sudden heavy downpour, but 폭우 also means a sudden heavy downpour, but it's a more formal version of 소나기. 이슬비 is drizzle, and 우산 is an umbrella. 우박 means hail, and we use the verb 내리다, which means to fall, and say 우박이 내리다 to say to hail. 장마 is monsoon, and monsoon season in Korean is 장마철. 홍수 means flood, and we use the verb 나다, which means to happen with 홍수 to form the verb to flood. 홍수가 나다. Okay, so we've learned a lot of words related to the topic of rain. So do make sure to take the review lesson to help you remember what you learned in this lesson. That's it, and I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye. 비, 비, 비가 오다, 비가 오다. 비가 그치다, 비가 그치다. 소나기, 소나기. 폭우, 폭우. 이슬비, 이슬비. 우산, 우산. 우박, 우박. 우박이 내리다, 우박이 내리다. 장마, 장마. 홍수, 홍수. 홍수가 나다, 홍수가 나다. 비, 비. 비가 오다, 비가 오다. 비가 그치다, 비가 그치다. 소나기, 소나기. 비, 비. 폭우, 폭우. 이슬비, 이슬비. 우산, 우산. 비가 오다, 비가 오다. 우박, 우박. 우박이 내리다, 우박이 내리다. 장마, 장마. 비가 그치다, 비가 그치다. 홍수, 홍수. 홍수가 나다, 홍수가 나다. 소나기, 소나기. 포구, 포구. 우박, 우박. 장마, 장마. 이슬비, 이슬비. 우산, 우산. 홍수, 홍수. 우박이 내리다, 우박이 내리다. 홍수가 나다, 홍수가 나다. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn useful vocabulary related to snow and other weather phenomena. The first word is snow, and this is 눈, 눈. Let's say that together. 눈, 눈. Now, to change this noun to a verb, as in to snow, we can use either the verbs 오다 or 내리다, which we learned in the previous lesson, with the noun 눈. So we can say 눈이 오다 or 눈이 내리다. Let's practice saying these phrases. 눈이 오다, 눈이 오다, 눈이 내리다, 눈이 내리다. That was great. Next, we have the word for a snowstorm, a blizzard, and this is 눈보라, 눈보라. Now, this word 보라 has become very famous around the world because of BTS and 보라해, which translates to I purple you. But 보라 in 눈보라 doesn't mean purple. 보라 in 눈보라 refers to either snow or water breaking up and falling from the sky. So we can use it in 눈보라 to refer to snowstorm, blizzard, but it's also used in 물보라. And 물보라 is a very specific term used to describe the water that sprays when a wave hits rocks by the shore. So with that in mind, let's practice saying snowstorm, 눈보라. 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 Great job. The next two words are what we do for fun when there is a lot of snow. And first is what Olaf is, a snowman. And this is 눈사람. 눈사람. 사람 means a person. So a snowman in Korean literally means a snow person. When you say this word 사람, 시옷 becomes a 쌍시옷 sound. So it's 눈사람. 눈사람. Let's say that together. 눈사람. 눈사람. That was great. Next, we have a snow fight, and this is 눈싸움. 눈싸움. 싸움 is a noun form made from the verb 싸우다, which means to fight. So snow fight in Korean has the exact same meaning as the English word. Let's practice saying snow fight, 눈싸움. Repeat after me. 눈싸움. 눈싸움. That was great. Well done. The next word is frost, a problem in winter weather. And this is 설이. 설이. Let's say that together. 설이. 설이. Now, to say that the road is covered with frost, we use the verb 끼다, 끼다 with 설이. 끼다 is a verb that means to cover or being covered with something, and it's commonly used to talk about certain weather conditions. So covered with frost is 서리가 끼다. 서리가 끼다. Repeat after me. 서리가 끼다. 서리가 끼다. Excellent job, well done. Now, another weather problem that causes problems for drivers is fog, and this is 안개, 안개. Now, when we say this word, because of nasalization, 니은 받침 in an is pronounced as an 이응 받침. So this is 안개, 안개. Let's say that together. 안개, 안개. Now, to say that there is fog, or to say to be foggy, we use the verb 끼다 with 안개. So to say to be foggy, we can say 안개가 끼다, 안개가 끼다. Let's say that together. 안개가 끼다, 안개가 끼다. Excellent job, well done. Let's now move up to the sky, and first we have the clouds, and this is 구름, 구름. Let's say that together. 구름, 구름. Now, in Korean, there are different ways of saying to be cloudy, and one of them is to use the verb 끼다 with 구름. So to say to be cloudy, we can say 구름이 끼다, 구름이 끼다. Let's say that together. 구름이 끼다, 구름이 끼다. That was great. Well done. Then we have wind, and this is 바람, 바람. Let's say that together. 바람, 바람. Now, 바람 is the noun, and to say to be windy, we use the verb 불다 with 바람. 바람이 불다, 바람이 불다. The verb 불다 means to blow. So to talk about blowing candles on a birthday cake, we use this verb 불다. Let's say to be windy, 바람이 불다. Repeat after me. 바람이 불다, 바람이 불다. Excellent job, well done. The final word in this lesson is rainbow, and this is 무지개, 무지개. Let's say that together. 무지개, 무지개. And if you see a rainbow and you want to tell someone there's a rainbow in the sky, you would say 무지개가 뜨다, 무지개가 뜨다. The verb 뜨다 can mean to float. So when we say 무지개가 뜨다, it kind of means rainbow is floating in the sky. Let's say that together. 무지개가 뜨다, 무지개가 뜨다. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 눈 means snow, and to say the verb to snow, we can use the verbs 오다 and 내리다 with 눈. 눈보라 is snowstorm, blizzard. 눈사람 is snowman, and 눈싸움 is a snow fight. 설이 is frost, and 끼다 means to cover or to be covered, and it's used with various nouns in this lesson to make them into verbs or descriptive verbs. 안개 is fog, and 구름 is a cloud. 바람 is wind, and 불다 means to blow, and it's used with 바람 to form 바람이 불다, which means to be windy. 무지개 is a rainbow, and it's used with the verb 뜨다, meaning to float, to say there is a rainbow. Okay, so we learned a lot of new words in this lesson again, and as always, do make sure to take the review lesson and also use the worksheet to practice writing the words from this lesson. That's it for this lesson, and I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. 눈, 눈. 눈보라, 눈보라. 눈사람, 눈사람. 눈싸움, 눈싸움. 서리, 서리. 끼다, 끼다. 구름, 구름. 안개, 안개. 바람, 바람. 불다, 불다. 무지개, 무지개. 뜨다, 뜨다. 눈, 눈. 눈보라, 눈보라. 눈사람, 눈사람. 눈싸움, 눈싸움. 서리, 서리. 눈, 눈. 끼다, 끼다. 구름, 구름. 눈보라, 눈보라. 안개, 안개. 바람, 바람. 눈사람, 눈사람. 불다, 불다. 무지개, 무지개. 눈싸움, 눈싸움. 뜨다, 뜨다. 서리, 서리. 구름, 구름. 안개, 안개. 끼다, 끼다. 불다, 불다. 뜨다, 뜨다. 무지개, 무지개. 바람, 바람. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn various vocabulary related to weather and natural disasters. Okay, so first we have a storm and this is 폭풍, 폭풍. And as we learned before, when we learned the word 폭우, 폭 means strong or violent, and 풍 refers to wind. So when we talk about wind power or wind energy, we say 풍력. So 폭풍 means strong, violent wind, and this is the word for a storm in Korean. Let's practice saying this word, storm. 폭풍, 폭풍. Let's now say a storm is coming. 폭풍이 오다, 폭풍이 오다. 폭풍이 오다, 폭풍이 오다. That was great, well done. Now, depending on which part of the world you're in, a tropical storm may be called a typhoon, a hurricane, or even a cyclone. And these words are all just said phonetically in Korean. So they are 태풍, 태풍, hurricane, hurricane, and cyclone, cyclone. However, in the region around Korea, we have 태풍. So let's focus on practicing this word. Repeat after me. 태풍, 태풍. That was great. Next, we have the word for a tsunami. Now, sometimes Koreans do refer to tsunamis as just tsunami, but there is actually a Korean word for tsunami, and this is 해일, 해일. He refers to the ocean, and later on, as we learn about words related to bodies of water, we will come across this syllable again. And 일 refers to something overflowing or spilling. So 해일 refers to the overflowing of the sea. Let's practice saying tsunami, 해일. Repeat after me. 해일, 해일. Great job. Next, we have the earthquake, and this is 지진, 지진. 지 refers to the earth, ground, and the second syllable 진 refers to shaking or vibrating. So 지진 literally means earth shake or earthquake. Let's practice saying this word. 지진, 지진. Okay, in Korean, to say that an earthquake is happening or there is an earthquake, we use the verb 나다, which we learned in the previous lesson. And 나다 means to happen. So it's 지진이 나다, 지진이 나다. Let's say that together. 지진이 나다, 지진이 나다. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have an avalanche, and this is 눈사태, 눈사태. 눈, as you know, means snow. And although 눈 is a native Korean word, 사태 has Chinese origins. 사 means granule, sand, and 태 means to eliminate. So an avalanche is kind of like discarding of snow granules. Let's practice saying this word, 눈사태, 눈사태. 눈사태. Now, to say an avalanche happens or there is an avalanche, we use the verb 나다 with 눈사태. So it's 눈사태가 나다, 눈사태가 나다. Let's say that together. 눈사태가 나다, 눈사태가 나다. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have a volcano, and this is 화산, 화산. 산 in Korean is a mountain, and 화 refers to fire. So 화산 means a fire mountain, a volcano. Let's say that together. 화산, 화산. Now, to talk about volcanoes erupting, we use the verb 폭발하다, 폭발하다. This verb means to explode or burst out. And in this word, 폭 means strong, violent, and 발 means to send. So a volcano erupts is 화산이 폭발하다, 화산이 폭발하다. In terms of pronunciation, 비읍 in 발 is pronounced as a 쌍비읍 sound. So it's 폭발하다, 폭발하다. Let's say that together. 화산이 폭발하다, 화산이 폭발하다. Great job. Well done. Okay, so we have two more words and they are thunder and lightning. First, a thunder is 천둥, 천둥. Let's say that together. 천둥, 천둥. Next, the lightning is 번개, 번개. And because of nasalization, the 니은 받침 in 번 is pronounced as an 이응 sound. So it's 번개, 번개. Let's say that together. 번개, 번개. Now in Korean, to say thunder and lightning, we just add these two words together. So they are 천둥번개, 천둥번개. Let's say thunder and lightning in Korean. 천둥번개, 천둥번개. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 폭풍 is a storm, and all three forms of tropical storms are pronounced phonetically in Korean. And in the region Korea is in, the tropical storm is called 태풍, a typhoon. Hail is a tsunami, but it's also sometimes just called 쓰나미. 지진 is an earthquake. 눈사태 is an avalanche. 화산 is a volcano. And to talk about volcanoes erupting, we use the verb 폭발하다, which means to explode or burst out. 천둥 is a thunder and 번개 is a lightning. And to say thunder and lightning in Korean, we say 천둥번개. Okay, so that's the end of this lesson, and I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye. 폭풍, 폭풍. 태풍, 태풍. 해일, 해일. 지진, 지진. 눈사태, 눈사태. 화산, 화산. 폭발하다, 폭발하다. 천둥, 천둥. 번개, 번개. 폭풍, 폭풍. 태풍, 태풍. 해일, 해일. 지진, 지진. 폭풍, 폭풍. 눈사태, 눈사태. 화산, 화산. 태풍, 태풍. 해일, 해일. 폭발하다, 폭발하다. 천둥, 천둥 번개 번개 지진 지진 화산 화산 번개 번개 눈사태 눈사태 천둥 천둥 폭발하다 폭발하다 Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at words related to the world and different continents. Let's begin with the word for the world, and this is 세계, 세계. In this word, although we use the Y-glide vowel ye in the second syllable, the vowel weakens, and this is pronounced 세계, 세계. Let's say that together. 세계, 세계. Great job. Next, we have the word for a continent, and this is 대륙, 대륙. 대 means big, and 륙 can mean land, shore, or continent. So the word for continent, 대륙, means a big land or big continent. Let's say that together. 대륙, 대륙. That was great. Well done. Now, before we go through all the different names of continents, let's first learn how to say north, south, east, and west in Korean. In Korean, when we learn these 4 points of direction, we learn the phrase 동서남북. 동서남북. 동 means east, 서 means west, 남 means south, and 북 means north. And this phrase 동서남북 is a common phrase we use to refer to 4 points of direction. Let's practice saying this phrase. 동서남북. 동서남북. Great job, well done. Now, we're going to look at all the different names of continents, and many of them are actually just said phonetically in Korean. So first, Asia in Korean is 아시아, 아시아. Let's say that together. 아시아, 아시아. To refer to different parts of Asia, we just add 동서남북 in front of 아시아. So to refer to South Asia, we say 남아시아, 남아시아. And to refer to Southeast Asia, we say 동남아시아, 동남아시아. And although in English it's southeast, in Korean we say 동남 and say 동남아시아, 동남아시아. For Middle East, we need to use a syllable that means middle, and this is 중, 중. So to say Middle East in Korean, we say 중동, 중동. So 중동 literally means Middle East, same as the English name. Let's say that together. 중동, 중동. That was great. Well done. Next, we have Europe, and this is Europe, Europe. Let's say that together. Europe, Europe. To refer to different parts of Europe, we add 동서남북 in front of Europe. So Eastern Europe is 동유럽, Western Europe is 서유럽, and so on. Now we have Africa, and Africa is 아프리카, 아프리카. Let's say that together. 아프리카, 아프리카. Same as Europe, we can add 동서남북 in front of Africa to talk about different parts of Africa. So North Africa is 북아프리카, and West Africa is 서아프리카. Okay, so let's now move on across the Atlantic, and we have America. And in Korean, America is 아메리카. 아메리카. Let's say that together. 아메리카. 아메리카. Now, to refer to North America and South America, we can say 북아메리카 and 남아메리카. Sometimes 북아메리카 and 남아메리카 are referred to as 북미 and 남미. 북미 and 남미. 미 simply means America. Now, both of these terms are quite common, so you can say either of them to refer to these continents. To say Central America, we need to use a phrase that means central. So Central America in Korean is 중앙아메리카. 중앙아메리카. 중앙 simply means central, and sometimes 중앙아메리카 is referred to as 중미. 중미. Let's practice this long phrase. 중앙아메리카. 중앙아메리카. Excellent job, well done. Now, one other continent we have is Australia, but we'll learn this when we go through names of countries a little later. Okay, so we now have the Arctic, the North Pole, and the Antarctica, the South Pole. And they are 북극, 북극, and 남극, 남극. 극 means the final, the furthest point. Let's practice these names. 북극, 북극. 남극, 남극. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 세계 means the world. 대륙 is a continent. 동서남북 refers to east, west, south, and north. Asia is Asia. To refer to the Middle East, we say 중동. Europe is Europe. 아프리카 is Africa. America is America, and Central America is 중앙아메리카. 북극 is Arctic, the North Pole, and 남극 is Antarctica, the South Pole. Okay, so I hope today's lesson was fun and interesting, and as always, do take the review lesson to test what you learn in this lesson. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 세계, 세계. 대륙, 대륙. 동서남북, 동서남북. 아시아, 아시아. 중동, 중동. 유럽, 유럽. 아프리카, 아프리카. 아메리카, 아메리카. 중앙아메리카, 중앙아메리카. 북극, 북극. 남극, 남극. 세계, 세계. 대륙, 대륙. 동서남북, 동서남북. 세계, 세계. 아시아, 아시아. 중동, 중동. 유럽, 유럽. 대륙, 대륙. 아프리카, 아프리카. 아메리카, 아메리카. 동서남북, 동서남북. 중앙아메리카, 중앙아메리카. 북극, 북극. 아시아, 아시아. 남극, 남극. 유럽, 유럽. 아프리카, 아프리카. 중동, 중동. 북극, 북극. 아메리카, 아메리카. 남극, 남극. 중앙아메리카, 중앙아메리카. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn various vocabulary related to country and places around the country. First up is the word for country, and this is 나라, 나라. Let's say that together. 나라, 나라. 나라 can mean a country, nation, and state, and this is the most standard word we use for country. However, a more formal word for a country is 국가, 국가. 국 means a country and 가 means home, so it effectively means a home country. Generally, if a word has both a native Korean word and a Sino-Korean word, then the Sino-Korean word is more formal. And in this case, 나라 is a native Korean word and 국가 is a Sino-Korean word. Now, 국가 in Korean also means a national anthem, but in this 국가, 가 means a song, singing, and that's why a singer in Korean is 가수. And in terms of pronunciation, the 기역 in the second syllable is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 국가, 국가. Let's practice saying this word. 국가, 국가. That was great. Well done. Next, we have the border, and this is 국경, 국경. 국, as we learned already, means a country, and 경 means a border, boundary. So 국경 means the border. And similar to 국가, 기역 in 경 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 국경, 국경. Let's say that together. 국경, 국경. That was great. Well done. Okay, so let's now consider different words for parts of the country. Now, Korea is divided into different provinces, and all the different regions' names end in 도, which basically means province. There are altogether 6 provinces. 경기도, 경기도, 충청도, 충청도, 강원도, 강원도, 전라도, 전라도, 경상도, 경상도, 제주도, 제주도. And three of these regions are often referred to their southern and northern regions, such as 충청남도 and 충청북도. Let's practice saying these Korean region names. 경기도, 충청도, 강원도, 전라도, 경상도, 제주도. Great job, well done. Then we have the word for capital city, and this is 수도, 수도. 수 means the head or first, and 도 also means a city. So 수도 means the head city, the capital city. Let's practice saying this word. 수도, 수도. Excellent job. Next, we have the word for a city, and this is 도시, 도시. 시 in this word also means a city. So both syllables 도시 refers to the meaning of city. Let's say that together. 도시, 도시. Let's say a big city and a small city. 큰 도시, 큰 도시, 작은 도시, 작은 도시. Repeat after me. 큰 도시, 작은 도시. Excellent job, well done. Now in English, the word town is quite a common word. So when referring to places that are smaller than cities but bigger than villages, we use the term town. However, in Korean, there is no equivalent word for a town. And if you look up the word town in dictionaries, you might see the word 소도시, 소도시. And 소 basically means small. So this word 소도시 kind of means small city. However, we hardly ever call places as 소도시. So it's kind of useful to know that this word exists, but we won't practice this word as it's not commonly used in Korean. Having said that, the word for a village is quite common, and this is 마을, 마을. Let's say that together. 마을, 마을. Let's say a big village and a small village. 큰 마을 and 작은 마을. Repeat after me. 큰 마을, 작은 마을. Great efforts, well done. Now, another common term we use in Korean is the term for countryside, and this is 시골, 시골. Let's say that together. 시골, 시골. Let's now say live in the countryside. 시골에 살다, 시골에 살다. In this phrase, 에 means in and 살다 means to live. Let's say that together. 시골에 살다, 시골에 살다. That was great, well done. The final word in this lesson is the word for neighborhood, and this is 동네, 동네. Now, the Korean word for neighborhood, 동네, is a very common word in Korean language. And we use this term to refer to the area near my house. So to invite our friend to our neighborhood, we would use this word 동네 and say, 우리 동네에서 만나자. 우리 동네에서 만나자. And this means, let's meet in my neighborhood. Let's practice saying this word 동네. Repeat after me. 동네, 동네. Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 나라 is a country and 국가 also means a country. But this is a more formal form and it also means a national anthem. 국경 is the border. 도 refers to provinces and is used in names of various provinces in Korea. 수도 is the capital city. 도시 means a city, 마을 is a village, and 시골 is the countryside. And finally, 동네 means a neighborhood. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and as always, the review lesson follows right after this. I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. 나라, 나라. 국가, 국가. 국경, 국경. 도, 도. 수도, 수도. 도시, 도시. 마을, 마을. 시골, 시골. 동네, 동네. 나라, 나라. 국가, 국가. 국경, 국경. 도, 도. 나라, 나라. 수도, 수도. 도시, 도시. 국가, 국가. 국경, 국경. 마을, 마을. 시골, 시골. 도, 도. 동네, 동네. 도시, 도시. 마을, 마을. 수도, 수도. 동네, 동네. 시골, 시골. Hi everyone and welcome to the first of 2 lessons on learning country names. Now obviously we're not going to learn every country names in 2 lessons, but most countries' names are just said phonetically in Korean. So France is 프랑스, Sweden is 스웨덴, Indonesia is 인도네시아, and Brazil is 브라질. So we're not going to go over names of countries that are said phonetically in Korean, and we're going to focus on country names that are different in Korean language. In this lesson, we'll first focus on Asian country names. So first, it's South Korea, and this is 한국, 한국. Now, a lot of country names are rooted in Chinese characters. So if you speak a little bit of Chinese, you may find this lesson a little easier. Han refers to Korea, and 국, as we learned before, means country. And when we say this name, because of nasalization, the 니은 받침 in Han is pronounced as an 이응 sound. So this is 한국, 한국. Let's say that together. 한국, 한국. Now, to say Korean, as in a Korean person, we say the word 사람, which means a person, after the country name. So a Korean person is 한국 사람, 한국 사람. Sometimes we can also use the syllable in, which means a person. So we can also refer to a Korean person as 한국인. However, in is based on Chinese and is more formal. And 사람 is a native Korean word, so it's more common in everyday speech. So in this lesson, we'll focus on practicing 사람 with country names. Let's say that together. 한국 사람, 한국 사람. That was great. Then we have North Korea, and this is 북한, 북한. Now, as we have learned already, 북 means north, and Han means Korea. So this name literally means North Korea. Interestingly, when North Korean people refer to South Korea, they don't call South Korea as 한국, but they call South Korea 남한, which literally means South Korea. And as you can hear, when we say 북한, 기역 받침 assimilates with 히읗 to produce a 키읔 sound. So it's 북한, 북한. Let's say that together. 북한, 북한. Let's say a North Korean person. 북한 사람, 북한 사람, 북한 사람. That was great. Next, we have China, and China is 중국, 중국. 중 means middle, so 중국 means a middle country, middle kingdom. Now, there's a whole history lesson on why China is called a middle kingdom, but I won't go into it here. However, for now, let's use this reference middle kingdom to remember the name 중국. Let's say that together. 중국, 중국. Let's say a Chinese person. 중국 사람, 중국 사람, 중국 사람. That was great. Then we have Japan, and Japan in Korean is 일본, 일본. And again, 일본 has Chinese origins and it means the sun's origin. Let's say that together. 일본, 일본. Let's say a Japanese person. 일본 사람, 일본 사람. Excellent job, well done. Now, next country is not exactly in Asia, but it's kind of close to Asia, and it's Australia. And Australia in Korean is 호주, 호주. Now, occasionally, Australia is referred to as Australia, but this term is actually very rare. So 호주 is the common name for Australia. Also, when we refer to Australia as a continent, we can use 호주. Let's say that together. 호주, 호주. Let's say an Australian person. 호주 사람, 호주 사람. Great job. Okay, so let's move back up to Asia and we have Taiwan. And Taiwan in Korean is 대만, 대만. Let's say that together. 대만, 대만. Let's say a Taiwanese person. 대만 사람, 대만 사람. Great job. Then we have Thailand, and Thailand in Korean is 태국, 태국. Let's say that together. 태국, 태국. Let's say a Thai person. 태국 사람, 태국 사람. Great job. Okay, we have two more countries. And first we have India. And India is Indo. Indo. Let's say that together. Indo. Indo. Let's say an Indian person. 인도 사람. 인도 사람. Great job. The final country name is Mongolia, and this is Mongol. Mongol. Let's say that together. Mongol. Mongol. Now say a Mongolian person. 몽골 사람. 몽골 사람. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 한국 means South Korea, and we add 사람 meaning a person to country names to refer to people from that country. 북한 is North Korea, 중국 is China, 일본 is Japan, and 호주 is Australia. 대만 is Taiwan, 태국 is Thailand, Indo is India, and Mongol is Mongolia. Okay, so we learned a lot of country names in this lesson, and as always, please take the review lesson to test what you learned in this lesson. That's it, and I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. 한국, 한국. 사람, 사람. 북한, 북한. 중국, 중국. 일본, 일본. 호주, 호주. 대만, 대만. 태국, 태국. 인도, 인도. 몽골, 몽골. 한국, 한국. 사람, 사람. 북한, 북한. 중국, 중국. 한국, 한국. 일본, 일본. 호주, 호주. 북한, 북한. 대만, 대만. 사람, 사람. 태국, 태국. 인도, 인도. 몽골, 몽골 중국 중국 호주 호주 태국 태국 몽골 몽골 일본 일본 대만 대만 인도 인도 Hi everyone and welcome to the second lesson on learning country names in Korean. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at names of countries in Europe, Africa, and America. We'll begin with countries in Europe. And first up is the country I live in, which is United Kingdom. And this is 영국, 영국. This syllable 영 refers to United Kingdom, Britain, or even England. And this is why English the language is called 영어 in Korean. 어 refers to a language. Now, if you're wondering about the names for England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, they're just said phonetically in Korean, except for Northern Ireland, which is called 북아일랜드, 북아일랜드. Let's practice saying 영국, 영국, 영국. Let's now say a British person. 영국 사람, 영국 사람, 영국 사람, 영국 사람. That was great. Next up is Germany, and this is 독일, 독일. Now, the Chinese origin of these syllables don't relate to the country Germany, as 독 means alone and 일 means to escape. But during my research, I read in a news article that when Chinese were writing the name of Germany, Deutschland in Chinese, they initially wrote the name following the sounds of Deutsch. And over time, going through numerous changes by the Chinese, Japanese, and even Koreans, it came to be 독일. Now, I don't know if this is actually true, but it's somewhat interesting to know that the name 독일 evolved from these Asian countries trying to write Deutsch in their own language. Let's practice saying Germany, 독일, 독일, 독일. Let's now say a German person, 독일 사람, 독일 사람, 독일 사람. Great job, well done. Next, we have Belgium, and this is 벨기에, 벨기에. Now, I think Belgium is called België because that's what it's called in Belgium. Let's practice saying the name 벨기에, 벨기에, 벨기에. Let's now say a Belgian person, 벨기에 사람, 벨기에 사람, 벨기에 사람. That was great. Okay, then we have Italy, and the name of Italy is similar to Belgium in that we Koreans say it the way Italians would say it. So it's Italia, Italia. Let's say that together. Italia, Italia. Let's say an Italian person. Italia 사람, Italia 사람. That was great. The final European country name is for Ukraine. And like Belgium and Italy, we say it the way it's said in Ukrainian, but phonetically in Korean. So it's 우크라이나, 우크라이나. Let's say that together. 우크라이나, 우크라이나. Let's say a Ukrainian person. 우크라이나 사람, 우크라이나 사람. Fantastic job, well done. Let's now move to Africa and start with Algeria. And Algeria in Korean is 알제리. 알제리. Let's say that together. 알제리. 알제리. Let's say an Algerian person. 알제리 사람. 알제리 사람. That was great. Next, we have South Africa, and this is 남아프리카 공화국. 남아프리카 공화국. In this name, 남아프리카 means South Africa, and 공화국 means a republic. So the full name actually means the Republic of South Africa. Quite often, however, 남아프리카 공화국 is shortened to 남아공. 남아공. In everyday conversation, South Africa is generally referred to as 남아공. And even South Africa World Cup in 2010 is referred to as 남아공 World Cup. So in the speaking practice, we'll practice the shortened form 남아공. Repeat after me. 남아공. 남아공. Let's say a South African person. 남아공 사람. 남아공 사람. Fantastic job, well done. Okay, now we have two more country names and they are both from America. And first it's United States of America. And this is 미국. 미국. The syllable 미 means America, which is why the continents North America and South America are also called 북미 and 남미. Let's say this together. 미국. 미국. Let's say an American person. 미국 사람. 미국 사람. That was great. Well done. The final name for a country is Argentina. And we say this name the way it's said in Spanish, but phonetically in Korean. So it's Argentina. Argentina. Let's say that together. Argentina. Argentina. Let's say an Argentinian person. 아르헨티나 사람. 아르헨티나 사람. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 영국 is United Kingdom, 독일 is Germany, 벨기에 is Belgium, and Italia is Italy. Ukraine is Ukraine, 남아공 is South Africa, and the full name is 남아프리카 공화국. Algeria is Algeria. 미국 is United States of America. And Argentina is Argentina. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. And as always, don't forget to do the review lesson right after this. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 영국, 영국. 독일, 독일. 벨기에, 벨기에. 이탈리아, 이탈리아. 우크라이나, 우크라이나. 남아공, 남아공. 알제리, 알제리. 미국, 미국. 아르헨티나, 아르헨티나. 영국, 영국. 독일, 독일. 벨기에, 벨기에. 이탈리아, 이탈리아. 영국, 영국. 우크라이나, 우크라이나. 이탈리아, 이탈리아. 독일, 독일. 남아공, 남아공. 알제리, 알제리. 미국, 미국. 벨기에, 벨기에. 아르헨티나, 아르헨티나. 우크라이나, 우크라이나. 남아공, 남아공. 아르헨티나, 아르헨티나. 미국, 미국. 알제리, 알제리. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn various vocabulary related to mountains and hills. And first up is the word for a mountain, which we already learned when we learned the word for a volcano. And this is 산, 산. Let's say that together. 산, 산. And when we refer to specific mountains, we add the name of the mountain in front of 산. So when we refer to Korean mountains, we say 설악산, 설악산, 한라산, 한라산, 백두산, 백두산, and so on. Also, in terms of foreign mountains, they may be referred to by their names on their own, but they can also be referred to using the word 산. So Mount Everest is referred to as 에버레스트산, and Matterhorn, I hope I said that right, is Matterhornsan. Okay, then moving on, we have two words for the mountain peak, and they are 정상, 정상, and 봉우리, 봉우리. Now, both terms are very common in Korean, but in this lesson, we'll focus on the word 정상. Let's practice this word. 정상, 정상. Great job. Next, we have the word for a mountain range, and this is 산맥, 산맥. Now, when we say this word in natural speed, because of nasalization, 니은 받침 in 산 changes to a 미음 sound. So it's 산맥, 산맥. Let's practice this word. 산맥, 산맥. And to refer to the Alps mountain range, we would say 알프스 산맥, 알프스 산맥. And to refer to the Himalaya mountain range, we would say 히말라야 산맥, 히말라야 산맥. Okay, so the next word is for a hill, and this is 언덕, 언덕. Let's say that together. 언덕, 언덕. Now, we can actually use 언덕 to refer to both a hill and a little slope. And to say a small hill, we can say 작은 언덕, 작은 언덕. 작은 means small. Let's say that together. 작은 언덕, 작은 언덕. Now, to refer to a big hill, we can use the adjective 큰, meaning big. However, in Korean, it's more common to use the adjective high, 높은. So we say a high hill rather than a big hill. And for this reason, instead of saying 작은 언덕, a small hill, we can also say a low hill, 낮은 언덕, 낮은 언덕. And while it's more common to refer to big hills as high hills, 높은 언덕 in Korean, when talking about hills that are small, it's common to say both 작은 언덕 and 낮은 언덕. Let's practice saying a high hill, 높은 언덕. 높은 언덕. 높은 언덕. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have the word for a cliff, and this is 절벽, 절벽. The syllable 절 means cutting, and 벽 means a wall. Let's practice saying that. 절벽, 절벽. Let's practice saying a high cliff and a low cliff. 높은 절벽, 낮은 절벽. 높은 절벽, 높은 절벽. 낮은 절벽, 낮은 절벽. That was great, well done. Next, we have a cave, and a cave in Korean is 동굴, 동굴. We use this word 동굴 to refer to big natural holes in the earth. And in this word, both syllables 동 and 굴 refer to caves or holes. Also, Korea is a highly mountainous land with many caves around the country. But names of some of these caves may only use the syllable 굴 rather than 동굴. Nevertheless, the general word for a cave in Korean is 동굴. Let's practice saying this word. 동굴, 동굴. Great job, well done. The final word in this lesson is the valley, and this is 계곡, 계곡. Now, when we pronounce this word, the vowel 예 in the first syllable weakens. So it's pronounced 계곡, 계곡. Let's say this word together. 계곡, 계곡. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 산 is a mountain. 봉우리 and 정상 are both mountain peaks. 산맥 is a mountain range. 언덕 is a hill. 작은 means small. 높은 means high. And 낮은 means low. 절벽 is a cliff. 동굴 is a cave. And lastly, 계곡 is a valley. Okay, so that's it for this lesson on vocabulary related to mountains and hills. And as always, don't forget to do the review lesson right after this. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 산, 산. 정상, 정상. 산맥, 산맥. 언덕, 언덕. 작은 언덕, 작은 언덕. 높은 언덕, 높은 언덕. 낮은 언덕, 낮은 언덕. 절벽, 절벽. 동굴, 동굴. 계곡, 계곡. 산, 산. 정상, 정상. 산맥, 산맥. 언덕, 언덕. 산, 산. 작은 언덕, 작은 언덕. 높은 언덕, 높은 언덕. 낮은 언덕, 낮은 언덕. 절벽, 절벽. 정상, 정상. 동굴, 동굴. 언덕, 언덕. 계곡, 계곡. 산맥, 산맥. 높은 언덕, 높은 언덕. 낮은 언덕, 낮은 언덕. 절벽, 절벽. 작은 언덕, 작은 언덕. 계곡, 계곡. 동굴, 동굴. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn various words related to the sea and some words related to different bodies of water. First up is the sea, and this is 바다, 바다. Let's say that together. 바다, 바다. Now then we have the word for the seaside, and this is 바닷가, 바닷가. In this word, the syllable 가 means the side, and it's also used with other nouns to refer to the side of that noun. And an example of this is 길가, 길가, which means the roadside. And as we have seen with other compound nouns, we add 시옷 받침 to the end of the first noun 바다. However, when we pronounce this word, the 받침 시옷 is silent, and 기역 in 가 is pronounced as 가. So it's 바닷가, 바닷가. Let's say this word together. 바닷가, 바닷가. That was great. Now earlier, as we learned the Korean word for tsunami, which is 해일, we learned that the syllable 해 refers to the sea. And there are a couple of words related to the sea that uses this syllable. First, the word for the coast is 해안, 해안. Now the word 해안 and 바닷가 are actually similar in meaning. They can both refer to the seaside, the seashore, and the coast. But 바닷가 is more commonly used in everyday speech. So if you want to suggest going to the seaside, you would use 바닷가. On the other hand, 해안 is more formal. So if the weather forecast was to report that they are expecting a storm by the coast, they would use 해안. Additionally, we can also use 가 with 해안 and say 해안가, 해안가, and this means near the coast, near the seaside. Let's practice saying 해안, 해안, 해안. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have the word for the beach, and this is 해변, 해변. In this word, 편 means the side. Now, quite often, Koreans use the word 해수욕, 해수욕, and this refers to the act of sunbathing or playing in the sea. And the beach where 해수욕 is done is 해수욕장, 해수욕장. And 장 is a syllable we use to refer to fields. So a sports field in Korean is 운동장, 운동장. So a lot of famous beaches in Korea are called 해수욕장. And a good example of this is 해운대 Beach in Busan, which is called 해운대 해수욕장, 해운대 해수욕장. And in terms of pronunciation, the 지읒 in 장 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 해수욕장, 해수욕장. Let's practice saying both 해변 and 해수욕장. 해변, 해변. 해수욕장, 해수욕장. That was great, well done. Next, we have the word for a wave, and this is 파도, 파도. And if you are a surfer and you want to say ride a wave, you can say 파도를 타다, 파도를 타다. Let's practice saying 파도, 파도, 파도. Excellent job, well done. Okay, next we have the word for ocean. And in Korean, the word 바다 can refer to the sea and the ocean. But we have another word we use specifically for the ocean, and this is 태양, 태양. 태 in the syllable means big, and 양 is another syllable which also refers to the sea, ocean. But it's also used to mean foreign or western. So in Korean, a lot of words that refer to Western or foreign things use this syllable, such as 양식, which means foreign food, and 양복, which means a suit. However, yang is also used to mean the ocean, and as we will see shortly, it's also used to refer to names of different oceans. Let's practice saying the ocean, 태양, 태양, 태양. That was great. Now, around the world, there are many different oceans, but in this lesson, we'll just go through two of the biggest, the Pacific and the Atlantic. The Pacific Ocean in Korean is 태평양, 태평양. The syllable 태 means very big, 평 means peaceful, and 양 means the ocean. So 태평양 refers to a big, peaceful ocean, which is kind of similar in meaning to the English name Pacific Ocean. Let's say this name together. 태평양, 태평양. Now, the name for the Atlantic Ocean is 대서양, 대서양. In this word, 대 means big, 서 means the west, so 대서양 means the big western ocean. Let's say that together. 대서양, 대서양. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have names for three different types of water. And first, it's the river, and this is 강, 강. To refer to different types of river, we basically add the name of the river in front of 강. So the Nile River is 나일강, and Han River in Seoul is called 한강. Let's say this word river, 강, together. 강, 강. Great job. Next, we have a lake, and this is 호수, 호수. In this word, 호 means a lake and 수 means water. And to refer to specific lakes, we say the name of the lake and then 호수. So Lake Como is Como 호수, Como 호수, and Lake Tahoe is Tahoe 호수, Tahoe 호수. Let's say 호수 together. 호수, 호수. That was great. The final word for this lesson is a stream, and this is 개울, 개울. In Korea, because of so many mountains, there are many streams, 개울. And in the summer, going to places with 개울 is very common and also very popular. Let's practice saying this word together. 개울, 개울. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 바다 is the sea. 바닷가 means the seaside and is commonly used in everyday speech. 해안 is the seaside, the coast, and is more formal than 바닷가. 해변 is the beach, but we also use 해수욕장 to refer to a beach, a playing area by the sea. 파도 is a wave. 대양 is the ocean. 태평양 is the Pacific Ocean, and 대서양 is the Atlantic Ocean. And then we learn 3 words to refer to 3 types of bodies of water. 강 is a river, 호수 is a lake, and 개울 is a stream. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and we went over a lot of different words related to the sea and different types of bodies of water. Don't forget to do the review lesson right after this. I'll see you soon again. Bye-bye. 바다, 바다. 바닷가, 바닷가. 해안, 해안. 해변, 해변. 해수욕장, 해수욕장. 파도, 파도. 대양, 대양. 태평양, 태평양. 대서양, 대서양. 강, 강. 호수, 호수. 개울, 개울. 바다, 바다. 바닷가, 바닷가. 해안, 해안. 해변, 해변. 바다, 바다. 해수욕장, 해수욕장. 파도, 파도. 대양, 대양. 바닷가, 바닷가. 태평양, 태평양. 대서양, 대서양. 해안, 해안. 강, 강. 호수, 호수. 개울, 개울. 해변, 해변. 대양, 대양. 대서양, 대서양. 태평양, 태평양. 해수욕장, 해수욕장. 강, 강. 개울, 개울. 파도, 파도. 호수, 호수. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn vocabulary related to different kinds of land. First, we have the word for an island, and this is 섬, 섬. Now, 섬 is a general word for an island, and it's a native Korean word. When we refer to Korean islands, we use the syllable 도, which means an island, at the end of the island name. So in the name 독도, 독도, and 울릉도, 울릉도, 도 means island. However, in the name for the biggest Korean island, Jeju-do, 도 means province, which we learned in an earlier lesson. So do keep in mind that 섬 is a general word for an island, and we use the syllable 도 in the names of Korean islands. Let's say this word 섬 together. 섬, 섬. That was great. Now, then we have the word for the continent, land, and this is 육지, 육지. In this word, 육 means land, continent, and the syllable 육 is the same as 륙 in the word 대륙, meaning a continent. And sometimes if a syllable is rooted in the same Chinese character and uses the consonant 이응, 이응 can be pronounced with a lir sound when that syllable is not used in the word initial syllable, such as 대륙. Another example is 역 and 력. In Korean, 역도, 역도 is weightlifting, and 능력, 능력 is ability. And the syllables 역 and 력 refer to the same Chinese character, meaning power or ability. But when it's used in the word initial syllable, it's pronounced as 역. But in other positions, it's pronounced as 력. Okay, so coming back to the word 육지, 지 means ground or soil. And in terms of how we use this word, if you go to Jeju-do, they would refer to people from mainland Korea as being from 육지. Also, if you're on a ferry boat and you can see the land, the continent you're going to, you can say 육지가 보여요. 육지가 보여요. And this means I see land. Lastly, before we practice this word, 지 is pronounced as 지. So it's 육지, 육지. Let's practice this word. 육지, 육지. Excellent job. Next, we have the word for the ground, land, and this is 땅, 땅. 땅 is a general word for ground. So if something falls on the ground and you want to say it's on the ground, you would use 땅 and say 땅에 있어요, 땅에 있어요. Also, when we refer to the price of land, we say 땅값, 땅값. Let's practice this word 땅 together. 땅, 땅. That was great. Next, we have the word for soil or earth, and this is 흙, 흙. This word uses the 리을 기역 겹받침, and we read the second 받침 기역. So it's 흙, 흙. Let's say that together. 흙, 흙. That was great. Next, we have the plain, and this is 평원, 평원. Let's say this together. 평원, 평원. Okay, great job. Then we have the word for a forest, and this is 숲, 숲. In Korea, there is a park in Seoul called 서울숲, 서울숲, literally meaning Seoul forest. Let's say this word 숲 together. 숲, 숲. Excellent job, well done. Next, we have the word for a rainforest, and this is 우림, 우림. 우 means rain and 림 means forest. So this word literally means rainforest. We can also use the word 열대, 열대 meaning tropical in front of 우림 and say 열대우림, and this means a tropical rainforest. And this word is also used in its shortened form 열대림, 열대림. For now, let's practice the word 우림. Repeat after me. 우림, 우림. Great job. Next, we have the word for a jungle, and this is 정글, 정글. Sometimes a jungle is referred to as 밀림, 밀림. And this term is also quite common, but saying jungle phonetically in Korean, 정글 is as common. So we'll stick with this word for now. But do keep in mind that 밀림 is another word that we use to refer to jungles and dense forests. Let's say 정글 together. 정글, 정글. That was great. Let's now move on and learn a couple of words related to the desert. First, in many deserts, we find lots of sand. And sand in Korean is 모래, 모래. Let's say that together. 모래, 모래. Great job. Then the word for a desert is 사막, 사막. Now, when we learn the word for an avalanche, 눈사태, we learn that 사 means sand or granules. And the syllable 막 in this word means a desert. So 사막 kind of means a sand desert. Let's say this word together. 사막, 사막. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 섬 is a general word for an island, and we use the syllable 도, which means an island in many Korean island names. 육지 is continent, mainland. 땅 is ground, land. 흙 is earth, soil. 평원 is a plain. 숲 is a forest. 우림 is a rainforest, and we can say 열대우림 or 열대림 to refer to tropical rainforest. 정글 is a jungle, as is 밀림. 모래 is sand, and lastly, 사막 is a desert. Okay, so that's it for this lesson, and as always, don't forget to do the review lesson right after this. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 섬, 섬. 육지, 육지. 땅, 땅. 흙, 흙. 평원, 평원. 숲, 숲. 우림, 우림. 정글, 정글. 모래, 모래. 사막, 사막. 섬, 섬. 육지, 육지. 땅, 땅. 흙, 흙. 섬, 섬. 평원, 평원. 숲, 숲. 육지, 육지. 우림, 우림. 정글, 정글. 땅, 땅. 모래, 모래. 사막, 사막. 평원, 평원. 우림, 우림. 흙, 흙. 사막, 사막. 정글, 정글. 모래, 모래. 숲, 숲. Hi everyone, in this lesson we're going to learn words related to the sky and space. So first up is the word for space, and space is 우주, 우주. Now in Korean, 우주 means space, cosmos, and the universe. So it's a term that has broad meaning, and it's also used in various compound nouns that relate to space and universe. So 우주복 is a spacesuit, and 우주선 is a spacecraft. And when space travel becomes possible, it'll be called 우주여행. Let's practice this word 우주 together. 우주, 우주. That was great. Next, we have the word for a star, and a star in Korean is 별, 별. In Korea, there is a singer called 별, and she's married to a famous TV star called Haha. A little bit of extra information to remember the word 별. Let's practice this word. 별, 별. Next, we have the word for a shooting star, and this is 별똥별, 별똥별. Now, to refer to this meteor that flies through the sky, we do have a more formal word which has origins in Chinese, and this is 유성, 유성. However, 유성 is hardly ever used in everyday speech, and generally, 별똥별 is the common word we use to refer to a shooting star. Let's say that together. 별똥별, 별똥별. Excellent job. Next, we have the word for the sun, and this is 해, 해. He is the native Korean word, and its Sino-Korean counterpart is 태양, 태양. In this word, 태 means very, greatest, and yang means the sun. Now, each word has its own uses in combining with other words to form compound nouns. So, 햇빛, 햇빛 means sunlight, and 해바라기, as we learned before, means a sunflower. On the other hand, 태양력, 태양력 is a solar calendar, and 태양열, 태양열 is solar heat. And as with many words that have both a native Korean and a Sino-Korean form, the Sino-Korean word is more formal and the native Korean word is more informal. So in an everyday situation, when you're talking about the sun, let's say you're experiencing bad weather and you want to say something like, I haven't seen the sun in ages, then you would use 해 and not 태양. So in this lesson and also in the following review lesson, we'll just practice using 해. However, do keep in mind that there is also a more formal form, 태양. Let's practice this word 해 together. 해, 해. That was great. Okay, after that, we have the moon, and the moon is 달, 달. And half moon in Korean is 반달, 반달. And 반 literally means half. And although 달 is a native Korean word, 반 originates from a Chinese character. Now, full moon in Korean is 보름달, 보름달. 보름 refers to the 15th day of the month on a lunar calendar. And this is how we refer to a full moon in Korean. And before we practice, in terms of pronunciation, 달 in 보름달 is pronounced as 딸. So it's 보름달, 보름달. Let's practice saying these words. 달, 달. 반달, 반달. 보름달, 보름달. Fantastic job, well done. Next, we have the word for the earth, and this is 지구, 지구. In this word, the syllable 지 means the earth, as in the soil, the ground, and 구 means a ball, a sphere, and together, 지구 means the earth. Now, in this course, we're not going to go through all the names of different planets in the solar system, as I don't think they're common words in everyday speech. However, I will list them as reference in the lesson worksheet. Let's practice saying this word, 지구, 지구, 지구. Great job. Let's now move into the atmosphere, and atmosphere in Korean is 대기, 대기. 대 means big and 기 means air. So 대기 kind of means big air. Let's practice saying this word. 대기, 대기. Great job. The next word is the sky, and the sky in Korean is 하늘, 하늘. 하늘 is a native Korean word for sky, and in Korean the word for God is 하느님, 하느님. Let's practice saying this word, the sky, 하늘, 하늘, 하늘. Fantastic effort today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 우주 means space, the universe. 별 means the star. And 별똥별 means a shooting star. However, there is also a formal form, 유성, which is rarely used in everyday speech. 해 means the sun, and the formal word is 태양. 달 means the moon, and to refer to half moon, we say 반달, and the full moon is 보름달. 지구 is the earth, 대기 is the atmosphere, and finally, 하늘 means the sky. Okay, so as always, please make sure to do the review lesson for further practice of saying the words you learned in this lesson. I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye. 우주, 우주. 별, 별. 별똥별, 별똥별. 해, 해. 달, 달. 반달, 반달. 보름달, 보름달. 지구, 지구. 대기, 대기. 하늘, 하늘. 우주, 우주. 별, 별. 별똥별, 별똥별. 해, 해. 우주, 우주. 달, 달. 반달, 반달. 별, 별. 보름달, 보름달. 지구, 지구. 별똥별, 별똥별. 대기, 대기. 하늘, 하늘. 해, 해. 달, 달. 대기, 대기. 보름달, 보름달. 하늘, 하늘. 반달, 반달. 지구, 지구. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this unit, we're going to learn words related to cars and the road system. And in this lesson, we're going to first learn words related to the car. First, we have what we need to drive, a driving license. And this is 운전면허증, 운전면허증. In this word, 운전 refers to the act of driving. So the verb to drive is 운전하다, 운전하다. And 면허증 is made up of 면허, meaning a license, and 증, which refers to proof or evidence. And the actual word for evidence in Korean is 증거, 증거. And together, 면허증 refers to a license certificate. So 운전면허증 means a driving license. And in terms of pronunciation, 니은 in 면 carries over, and 지읒 in 증 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So it's 운전면허증, 운전면허증. Let's practice this word. 운전면허증, 운전면허증. That was great. Now, the word for a car is 자동차, 자동차. And we learned this word in our first vocabulary builder course. And in this word, the syllable that refers to a vehicle is 차. So we often refer to cars as just 차. And both 차 and 자동차 are common words in Korean. However, in this lesson, we'll focus on practicing the longer word 자동차. So let's practice this word. 자동차, 자동차. Great job. Now, we're going to learn words related to car parts, but for those who speak American English or are familiar with American English, will find many of these terms easier to learn and memorize, as many Korean words related to cars come from American English. For example, bonnet or hood in Korean is 후드, 후드. Boot or trunk is called 트렁크, 트렁크. And wing mirror or side mirror is called side mirror, side mirror. And as well as these, many other terms also come from English, such as headlight, which is just 헤드라이트, and handbrake, which is just 핸드브레이크. So in this lesson, we won't go over these Korean terms that are the same in English, but we will list these and other terms in the lesson worksheet. Okay, so the first term is a seat, and this is 좌석, 좌석. 좌석 is a general word that refers to a seat. So you can use 좌석 to refer to seats in any form of transport, such as trains, buses, and aeroplanes. But you can also use 좌석 to refer to seats in cinemas, theaters, and also stadiums. Let's first practice this word. 좌석, 좌석. Great job. Now, to refer to front seat and back seat, we say 앞좌석, 앞좌석, and 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. 앞 means front and 뒤 means back. And we add 시옷 받침 to 뒤 when we combine it with 좌석. Also, as well as referring to front and back seats in cars, if you were on trains, buses, or aeroplanes, and you wanted to refer to seats in front or back, you can use 앞좌석 and 뒷좌석. In terms of pronunciation, 시옷 받침 in 뒷 is not pronounced, and 지읒 in 좌 is pronounced as a tense consonant. Also, in natural speech, the vowel 와 weakens, so it's pronounced more like 아. So they are 앞좌석, 앞좌석, and 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. Let's practice these words. 앞좌석, 앞좌석, 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. Excellent job, well done. Now, then we have the driver's seat, and this is 운전자 좌석, 운전자 좌석. Now, as we learned before, 운전 means the act of driving, and 자 is a suffix we add to indicate someone who does something, similar to ER in English, like teacher and driver. So, 운전자 좌석 means a driver's seat. However, there is another word for a driver in Korean, and that's 기사, 기사. But 기사 is someone who drives for someone else, usually in relation to a job or a particular duty. So a taxi driver in Korean is 택시 기사, 택시 기사. However, 운전자 just refers to the person that's driving, rather than someone driving for a particular job or duty. So let's practice this word, 운전자 좌석, a driver's seat. 운전자 좌석, 운전자 좌석. Excellent job, well done. Now, one thing to note is that sometimes when we refer to the seat next to the driver's seat, we say 운전자 옆좌석, 운전자 옆좌석. And 옆 simply means next to in Korean. So do keep this in mind as a reference. Okay, the next word is for the windscreen or windshield, and this is 앞유리. 앞유리. 앞, as we learned before, means front, and 유리 means glass. So this word kind of translates to front glass. And unsurprisingly, can you guess what the rear window of a car is called? Yes, it's called 뒷유리. 뒷유리. And as we learned before, 뒤 means back, but we add 시옷 받침 to combine it with a noun, 유리. And in terms of pronunciation, you will have heard a lot of changes in sound. So in 앞유리, 피읍 받침 changes to a 미음 sound, and 니은 is added to 유. So it's 앞유리, 앞유리. And for 뒷유리, 시옷 받침 changes to a 니은 sound, and 니은 is added to 유. Also, the vowel we weakens, so it sounds like e. So this is 뒷유리, 뒷유리. Let's practice saying these words. 앞유리, 앞유리. 뒷유리, 뒷유리. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so we have two more words related to cars, and first it's the steering wheel, and this is 핸들, 핸들. And this is what we would call a Konglish word, as 핸들 comes from the English word handle, but it's used differently in Korean language. Let's practice this word, 핸들, a steering wheel. 핸들, 핸들. That was great, well done. Finally, we have the indicator or blinker, and this is 깜빡이, 깜빡이. The word 깜빡 actually means the act of blinking, and the verb to blink is 깜빡이다. So the Korean word 깜빡이 actually comes from the American English term blinker, but just uses the Korean word 깜빡. Now, when we say this word, 비읍 in 박 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So it's 깜빡이, 깜빡이. Let's practice saying this word. 깜빡이, 깜빡이. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 운전면허증 is a driving license. 자동차 is a car, but it's often used in its shortened form 차. 좌석 is a general word for a seat. 앞좌석 is front seat, and 뒷좌석 is back seat. 운전자 좌석 is the driver's seat, and to refer to the seat next to the driver, we can also say 운전자 옆좌석. 앞유리 is windscreen or windshield, and 뒷유리 is the rear window of a car. 핸들 is the steering wheel, and lastly, 깜빡이 is the indicator, a blinker. Okay, so that's it for this lesson on words related to cars, and in the lesson worksheet, we will list other terms which are the same as the English words. I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. 운전면허증, 운전면허증. 자동차, 자동차. 좌석, 좌석. 앞좌석, 앞좌석. 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. 운전자 좌석, 운전자 좌석. 앞유리, 앞유리. 뒷유리, 뒷유리. 핸들, 핸들. 깜빡이, 깜빡이. 운전면허증, 운전면허증. 자동차, 자동차. 좌석, 좌석. 앞좌석, 앞좌석. 운전면허증, 운전면허증. 자동차, 자동차. 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. 운전자 좌석, 운전자 좌석. 앞유리, 앞유리. 앞좌석, 앞좌석. 뒷유리, 뒷유리. 핸들, 핸들. 뒷좌석, 뒷좌석. 깜빡이, 깜빡이. 좌석, 좌석. 운전자 좌석, 운전자 좌석. 핸들, 핸들. 앞유리, 앞유리. 깜빡이, 깜빡이. 뒷유리, 뒷유리. Hi everyone and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn useful vocabulary related to the road system. And the first word is the word for the road, and this is 도로, 도로. Both 도 and 로 have Chinese origins, and they both mean the road or path. Let's practice saying this word together. 도로, 도로. Now, 도로 is the formal word, and it refers to both the road the cars are driven on and the pavement where people walk on. And it's also used in many compound nouns that relate to roads. For example, 도로 표지 means road signs. 도로 공사 refers to roadworks. And as we will learn in the next lesson, the motorway, highway, or freeway in Korean is 고속도로. However, in Korean, we have another word we use to mean road, and this is 길, 길. 길 is a more common word for road. So in everyday situation, it's more common to use the word 길 than 도로. For example, the verb 건너다 means to cross. And to talk about crossing the road, we can say 도로를 건너다 or 길을 건너다. But in everyday speech, it's more common to say 길을 건너다. Also, 막히다 means to be blocked. And to say that there is congestion on the road, that there is traffic, we can say 도로가 막히다 or 길이 막히다. But in everyday speech, 길이 막히다 is more common. So in Korean, we have two words for road, 도로 and 길. And although 도로 is more commonly used for official terms relating to the road, in everyday speech, 길 is more commonly used. Additionally, 길 can also mean way. So if we want to say things like go that way or do you know the way, we would use the word 길 in these sentences. Okay, so with that in mind, let's practice this word 길. 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 Let's say to cross the road, 길을 건너다. Repeat after me. 길을 건너다. 길을 건너다. That was great. Let's now say the road is congested. 길이 막히다. Repeat after me. 길이 막히다. 길이 막히다. Fantastic job, well done. The next word we have is the traffic light, and this is 신호등. 신호등. 신호 means a sign or a signal, and 등 means a lamp. And together, 신호등 refers to traffic lights that direct traffic of cars and people on the road. And in terms of pronunciation, 니은 받침 in 신 carries over. So this is pronounced 신호등. 신호등. Let's say this word together. 신호등. 신호등. That was great. Then we have the different light colors, and red light is 빨간불, 빨간불, amber light is 노란불, 노란불, and green light is 파란불, 파란불. These words are made up of adjectives that refer to a particular color and the syllable 불, which can mean both fire and light. Generally, we use this word 불 to refer to lights on the ceiling in our houses. Now, 빨간 means red, 노란 means yellow, and 파란 means blue. So you might be wondering, why don't we use the word that means green, which would be 초록 to refer to green light? Well, the main reason for this is because of the way color was described in the past in Korea. Historically, Korean language didn't differentiate between green and blue, and we use the word 푸르다 to describe many different things that were blue and green, such as skies and trees. They were all just 푸른 하늘, or 푸른 나무, 푸른 나무. And even to this day, we still use these expressions. And 푸르다 is a native Korean word, and this word has evolved to 파랗다, which means blue in modern Korea. So although in general, 파랗다 refers to the color blue, because of the way 파란 comes from the word 푸른, which describes both blue and green, we refer to green light as 파란불 and not 초록불. Okay, so with that in mind, let's practice the words that refer to different lights on the traffic light. 빨간불, 빨간불. 노란불, 노란불. 파란불, 파란불. That was great, well done. The next word we have is the pavement, the sidewalk, and this is 인도, 인도. In this word, in means a person, and 도, as we learn from 도로, means the road or path. So 인도 refers to a path for people, pavement, sidewalk. Let's practice saying this word. 인도, 인도. That was great. Now, because 길 or 도로 refers to both the road the cars are driven on and the pavement where people walk on, we have a word that refers to the parts of the road where cars are driven on. And this is 찻길, 찻길. This word combines 차 meaning a vehicle and 길 meaning a road. So 찻길 refers to the road for cars. And in terms of pronunciation, 시옷 받침 is silent and 기역 in 길 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 찻길, 찻길. Let's practice this word. 찻길, 찻길. That was great, well done. The final word in this lesson is the crossing, and this is 횡단보도, 횡단보도. 횡단 is a noun that means crossing. And as well as talking about crossing roads, we can also use it in other contexts to talk about crossing land or even crossing continents. And 보도 is another word that means pavement, sidewalk. But unlike 인도, 보도 is more commonly used in formal words or on road signs. So together, 횡단보도 refers to a crosswalk, crossing. Let's practice saying this word. 횡단보도, 횡단보도. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 도로 means the road and 길 also means the road, but it's more commonly used than 도로. And 길 can also mean the way. 건너다 is a verb we use to talk about crossing roads, and 막히다 means to be blocked. 신호등 means traffic light, and 빨간불 is red light. 노란불 is amber light, and 파란불 is green light. 인도 means the pavement, sidewalk, and 찻길 refers to roads where cars are driven. And lastly, 횡단보도 means crosswalk, crossing. Okay, so that's it for another lesson. And as always, we have the review lesson right after for more speaking practice. I'll see you soon again in the next lesson. Bye-bye. 도로, 도로. 길, 길. 길을 건너다, 길을 건너다. 길이 막히다, 길이 막히다. 신호등, 신호등. 빨간불, 빨간불. 노란불, 노란불. 파란불, 파란불. 인도, 인도. 찻길, 찻길. 횡단보도, 횡단보도. 도로, 도로. 길, 길. 길을 건너다, 길을 건너다. 도로, 도로. 길이 막히다, 길이 막히다. 신호등, 신호등. 길, 길. 빨간불, 빨간불. 노란불, 노란불. 파란불, 파란불. 길을 건너다, 길을 건너다. 인도, 인도. 길이 막히다, 길이 막히다. 찾길, 찾길. 횡단보도, 횡단보도. 신호등, 신호등. 파란불, 파란불. 인도, 인도. 횡단보도, 횡단보도. 노란불, 노란불. 찾길, 찾길. 빨간불, 빨간불. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn more vocabulary related to the road system. And the first word we have is traffic, and this is 교통, 교통. These syllables on their own don't exactly relate to the meaning of traffic, as 교 can mean to deliver or to exchange, and 통 means to communicate. But together, 교통 means traffic. 교통 can also refer to transport, such as buses, trains, and even airplanes. And public transport in Korean is 대중교통, 대중교통. And 대중 simply means public. Okay, so let's say this word, 교통. Repeat after me. 교통, 교통. That was great. Next, we have the word for a tunnel. And this in Korean is tunnel, tunnel. Now, Korean land is 70% mountainous. So when you drive around Korea, you end up driving through a lot of tunnels. In the old days, they used to build roads around mountains. But with modern technology, there now seems to be more and more tunnels around Korea. And there was even a very popular film called Tunnel, which was all about a man who gets trapped in a tunnel. So this word tunnel is quite a common word in Korea. Let's practice saying this word. Tunnel, tunnel. That was great. Now, although the use of tunnel is very common in everyday speech, there is a separate Korean word for a tunnel, and that's 굴, 굴. Now, if you recall the lesson on mountains and hills, we learned that the word for a cave is 동굴, and sometimes it's just called 굴. Well, in Korean, we actually use 굴 to refer to both a cave and a tunnel. And using 굴 to refer to a tunnel is also very common in Korean. Let's practice saying this word. 굴, 굴. Great job. Then we have the word for a bridge, and this is 다리, 다리. 다리 is also used to mean a leg, but it's also used to mean a bridge. Let's practice saying this word. 다리, 다리. Excellent job. Now, when we talk about bridges in general, such as crossing a bridge or talking about there being many bridges on Han River, we use the word 다리. However, names of Korean bridges do not use the word 다리. So, 마포 Bridge is not called 마포 다리. Instead, it uses the word 대교. 대교. 대교 is rooted in Chinese. 대 means big and 교 means a bridge. So we use 대교 to refer to big bridges, such as those found on rivers. However, we generally only use 대교 in names of bridges or in formal words. So 마포 Bridge is called 마포대교 and 반포 Bridge is called 반포대교. So do keep in mind that while 대교 does mean a bridge, when we talk about bridges in everyday situation, we use the word 다리. Let's practice saying this word, 대교. 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 Excellent job, well done. The next word we have is for the intersection, crossroads, and this is 교차로. 교차로. In this word, both 교 and 차 mean intersect, cross, and 로 means road. So together, it means an intersection. Let's say this word together. 교차로. 교차로. That was great. Well done. Next word we have is the motorway, the highway, or the freeway. There are so many different names depending on which English you speak. And in Korean, this is 고속도로. 고속도로. Now, as we learned in the previous lesson, 도로 means the road, and 고 means high, 속 refers to speed. So 고속도로 literally means high-speed road, motorway. Let's practice saying this word. 고속도로. 고속도로. That was great. Well done. Now, if you go on the motorway and you are on a long journey, perhaps you're going from Seoul to Busan, maybe you're on your way to Haeundae Beach, chances are you will want to stop by at a service station. And Korean service stations are pretty awesome as they sell a lot of good food. And service station in Korean is 휴게소. 휴게소. Both 휴 and 게 mean rest. And 소 is a syllable that means a place. And in Korean, 휴게소 is a general term we use to refer to a resting place where people can take a rest while making a journey. So while hiking a mountain, there may be 휴게소 with a water fountain. However, we also use this term to refer to service stations on motorways. And sometimes, when we want to be specific about referring to service stations on motorway, we refer to them as 고속도로 휴게소. 고속도로 휴게소. Let's practice saying this word, 휴게소. Repeat after me. 휴게소. 휴게소. That was excellent. Well done. We have two more words in this lesson, and the first is an overpass, and this is 육교. 육교. 육교 refers to bridges that go over roads and railroads for people to walk across. In this word, 육 means land, similar to 육 in 육지 and 대륙. And 교, as we learned just before, means a bridge. So 육교 kind of means a bridge on land. Let's practice saying this word. 육교. 육교. That was great. Well done. The final word in this lesson is a car park, and this is 주차장. 주차장. 주차 is the noun for parking a car. 주 means stop and 차 means a car. And the verb to park a car is 주차하다. 주차하다. So when we add 장, which kind of means an open space or a field, to 주차, it means a car park, a parking lot. Let's practice saying this word. 주차장. 주차장. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 교통 refers to traffic and transportation. Tunnel is a tunnel, but we also have a Korean word for a tunnel, and that's 굴. 다리 is a bridge, and 대교 is also a bridge, but we mainly use it in names of bridges and in other formal words. 교차로 is an intersection. 고속도로 is the motorway, highway. 휴게소 is a service station. 육교 is an overpass. And lastly, 주차장 is a car park. Okay, so that's it for another lesson. And as always, don't forget to take the review lesson to test what you learned in this lesson. I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye. 교통, 교통. 터널, 터널. 굴, 굴. 다리, 다리. 대교, 대교. 교차로, 교차로. 고속도로, 고속도로. 휴게소, 휴게소. 육교, 육교. 주차장, 주차장. 교통, 교통. 터널, 터널. 굴, 굴. 다리, 다리. 교통, 교통. 대교, 대교. 터널, 터널. 교차로, 교차로. 고속도로, 고속도로. 굴, 굴. 휴게소, 휴게소. 육교, 육교. 다리, 다리. 주차장, 주차장. 교차로, 교차로. 휴게소, 휴게소. 대교, 대교. 주차장, 주차장. 고속도로, 고속도로. 육교, 육교. Hi everyone, in this unit we're going to learn various words related to marriage and family. And in this lesson we're going to learn words related to a wedding. First, we have the word for a couple, and this is actually just said phonetically in Korean. So it's couple, couple. In Korea, it's quite popular for couples to get identical clothes. So if a couple buys t-shirts that look similar, it's called couple tee, couple tee, and T refers to a t-shirt. Let's practice this word, couple. Repeat after me. Couple, couple. Great job. The next word is the verb to propose, and this is 청혼하다, 청혼하다. In this word, 청 means to request, 혼 refers to marriage, and it combines with the verb 하다 to become 청혼하다, meaning to propose. However, although this is the correct word, when we talk about marriage proposals in everyday conversation, we use the verb 프러포즈하다. 프러포즈하다. 프러포즈, as you can imagine, comes from the English word propose, and it combines with the verb 하다 to mean to propose. And in everyday conversation, 프러포즈하다 is more common than 청혼하다. So in this lesson, and also in the review lesson, we will practice this word 프러포즈하다, but do keep in mind that 청혼하다 has the same meaning. Let's practice saying this word. Repeat after me. 프러포즈하다. 프러포즈하다. Fantastic job, well done. Okay, the next word is engagement, and this is 약혼. 약혼. In this word, 약 means an agreement, and 혼, as we learned just before, means a marriage. So 약혼 means an agreement to marriage, engagement. To refer to someone engaged, we can say 약혼자, 약혼자, and this term can be used to refer to both men and women who are engaged. But we can also say 약혼녀, 약혼녀 to refer to a woman who's engaged. And the verb to engage or to be engaged is 약혼하다, 약혼하다. So if you want to say I'm engaged, you can say 저는 약혼했어요. 저는 약혼했어요. And in terms of pronunciation, 기역 받침 assimilates with 히읗 in the following syllable. So this is pronounced 약혼, 약혼. Let's practice this word. 약혼, 약혼. That was great. Well done. The next word is a marriage, and this is 결혼, 결혼. In this word, 결 means to tie or connect. So 결혼 literally means tying the knot, marrying. And the verb to marry is 결혼하다, 결혼하다. And in terms of pronunciation, 리을 받침 in 결 carries over. So this is 결혼, 결혼. Let's practice saying this word. 결혼, 결혼. That was great. Next, we have a wedding ceremony, and this is 결혼식, 결혼식. The syllable 식 refers to a ceremony, and it's used in many other words that relate to some kind of ceremony. So, 약혼식 is an engagement ceremony, 졸업식 is a graduation ceremony, and 장례식 is a funeral ceremony. Let's practice this word, 결혼식. 결혼식, 결혼식. That was great. Well done. The next two words are the bride and groom, and they are 신부, 신부, and 신랑, 신랑. In both of these terms, 신 means new, and 부 in 신부 means a wife, while 랑 means a gentleman. And although 신부 is only used to refer to the bride, 신랑 can be used to refer to both the groom and as a general term for a husband, particularly someone who's just got married. And in terms of pronunciation, 니은 받침 in 신랑 is pronounced as a 리을 sound. So it's 신랑, 신랑. Let's practice saying these two words. 신부, 신부. 신랑, 신랑. Excellent job, well done. After the wedding, it's honeymoon time, and honeymoon in Korean is 신혼여행, 신혼여행. 신, as we learned before, means new, and 혼 means marriage. So 신혼 means newlyweds. And we can use this word on its own to say that we are newlyweds, and to refer to the home of newlyweds, we can say 신혼집, 신혼집. And 여행 means travel, so 신혼여행 means newlyweds travel, honeymoon. Sometimes honeymoon is referred to as just honeymoon, but the use of 신혼여행 is more common in everyday speech. And in terms of pronunciation, 니은 받침 in 신 carries over, and in natural speech, 히읗 in 행 is silent. So it's 신혼여행, 신혼여행. Let's practice saying this word. 신혼여행, 신혼여행. That was great. Well done. The final word in this lesson is a wedding anniversary, and this is 결혼기념일. 결혼기념일. 결혼, as we have learned already, means a marriage, and 기념 means commemoration. So the verb to commemorate is 기념하다. The final syllable 일 means a day. So 기념일 means an anniversary. And you can use 기념일 to talk about other types of anniversary. For example, to celebrate the anniversary of a business founding, we can say 창립 기념일. 창립 기념일. And 창립 just means founding or establishment. So 결혼 기념일 means a wedding ceremony. Let's practice saying this phrase. 결혼 기념일. 결혼 기념일. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that couple means a couple. 프로포즈하다 means to propose, to request a marriage. But there is another word for this, and it's 청혼하다. 약혼 means engagement. 결혼 means marriage. And 결혼식 is a wedding ceremony. 신부 is a bride and 신랑 is a groom, but we can also use this word to refer to a husband. 신혼여행 is a honeymoon, and lastly, 결혼기념일 is a wedding anniversary. Okay, so that's it for today, and as always, do make sure to take the review lesson to test what you learned in this lesson. See you soon again. Bye-bye. couple, couple. 프로포즈하다, 프로포즈하다. 약혼, 약혼. 결혼, 결혼. 결혼식, 결혼식. 신부, 신부. 신랑, 신랑. 신혼여행, 신혼여행. 결혼기념일, 결혼기념일. 커플, 커플. 프로포즈하다, 프로포즈하다. 약혼, 약혼. 커플, 커플. 결혼, 결혼. 프로포즈하다, 프로포즈하다. 결혼식, 결혼식. 신부, 신부. 신랑, 신랑. 약혼, 약혼. 신혼여행, 신혼여행. 결혼, 결혼. 결혼기념일, 결혼기념일. 신부, 신부. 신혼여행, 신혼여행. 신랑, 신랑. 결혼기념일, 결혼기념일. 결혼식, 결혼식. Hello and welcome back to another lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to learn words related to the married couple. And the first word is a word for a married couple, and this is 부부, 부부. Now, although the Korean syllable is the same in this word, these syllables have different Chinese origins. The first 부 refers to the husband and the second 부 refers to the wife. And together they mean husband and wife, a married couple. When we refer to newly married couples, we say 신혼부부, 신혼부부. Let's say a married couple. Repeat after me. 부부, 부부. Great job, well done. Then we have the word for a husband, and this is 남편, 남편. As we learned before, we can use 신랑 to refer to a husband, but the more common word is 남편. In this word, 남 means a man and 편 means convenience. So although 편 doesn't seem to have any direct relevance to the meaning of a husband, that's the origin of this syllable. Let's practice this word, 남편. Repeat after me. 남편, 남편. That was great. Well done. The next word is for a wife, and this is 아내, 아내. 아내 is a native Korean word, and 아내 is the most common word for a wife. But in Korean, there are two other ways of referring to our wives. First, we can just say the word for wife phonetically in Korean. So it's just 와이프, 와이프. And we can also say 집사람, 집사람. In this word, 집 means home or house, and 사람 means a person. And I think this word tells you about how the role of wife and husband was perceived in the past in Korea. Now, although 아내 is the most common term for a wife, these two terms are also quite common, so they're useful to be aware of. Let's practice this word, 아내. Repeat after me. 아내, 아내. Excellent job, well done. Now, in Korean, we can refer to our kids using the words for son and daughter, which are 아들 and 딸. But there is a collective noun that refers to children raised by parents or a parent, and this is 자식, 자식. 자식 refers to all the children someone is raising. And in this word, 자 means child, offspring, and 식 can mean to raise a child. So 자식 means children parents are raising. Let's practice this word, 자식, 자식, 자식. That was great. Now, there is an honorific term for 자식, and this is 자녀, 자녀. 자녀 also refers to children, so son and daughter raised by a parent or parents. So if we're talking to our teacher who we need to be respectful towards and wanted to ask about his or her children, we would use 자녀 rather than 자식. Let's practice this word, 자녀. Repeat after me. 자녀, 자녀. Great job, well done. Now, sadly, some marriages end in divorce, and divorce in Korean is 이혼, 이혼. As we have learned already, 혼 means marriage, and 이 means to leave or depart. And for this reason, the word for parting or farewell is 이별. The verb to divorce is 이혼하다, 이혼하다. Now, when we say this word in natural speed, here in 혼 is barely audible. So it's 이혼, 이혼. Let's practice saying this word. 이혼, 이혼. That was great. Well done. The next word is a single parent, and this is 한부모, 한부모. Han refers to the number one, and 부모 means parents. So it literally means one parent or single parent. When we say this word, 니은 받침 in han changes to a 미음 sound. So it's 한부모, 한부모. Let's practice saying that. 한부모, 한부모. Great job, well done. The final two words are for unmarried single mothers and unmarried single fathers. And they are 미혼모, 미혼모, and 미혼부, 미혼부. In these words, 미 means not. So 미혼 means unmarried. Sometimes unmarried people can refer to themselves as 미혼. So if someone mistakenly assumes that you are married, you might say to them, 저는 미혼이에요. 저는 미혼이에요. And this means I'm unmarried or I'm not married. And lastly, 모 means mother and 부 means father. So 미혼모 means an unmarried single mother and 미혼부 means an unmarried single father. In terms of pronunciation, in natural speech, here in 혼 is barely audible. So it's 미혼모, 미혼부. Let's practice saying these words. 미혼모, 미혼모, 미혼부, 미혼부. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 부부 means a married couple, a husband and a wife. 남편 means a husband and 아내 means a wife. But we can also refer to wife as 와이프 and 집사람. 자식 means a child or children raised by parents, and 자녀 is the honorific form of 자식. 이혼 means divorce. 한부모 is a single parent. 미혼모 is an unmarried single mother, and 미혼부 is an unmarried single father. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. And as always, don't forget to do the review lesson right after this. See you next time. Bye-bye. 부부, 부부. 남편, 남편. 아내, 아내. 자식, 자식. 자녀, 자녀. 이혼, 이혼. 한부모, 한부모. 미혼모, 미혼모. 미혼부, 미혼부. 부부, 부부. 남편, 남편. 아내, 아내. 자식, 자식. 부부, 부부. 남편, 남편. 자녀, 자녀. 이혼, 이혼. 한부모, 한부모. 아내, 아내. 자식, 자식. 미혼모, 미혼모. 자녀, 자녀. 미혼부, 미혼부. 이혼, 이혼. 미혼모, 미혼모. 한부모, 한부모. 미혼부, 미혼부. Hello and welcome back to another lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to learn family titles for the in-laws family. Now, in Korea, after you get married, each person in your in-laws family has a specific title. So in this lesson, we're going to learn the family title for people in the wife side of the family. So these are family titles you would need to use if you are a man, the husband. So first up is the wife's family, and this is 처갓집. 처갓집. In this word, 처 means wife, 가 means family, and we add 시옷받침 when we combine it with 집, which means home or house. So 처갓집 means wife's family's home. In the past in Korea, when a man and a woman got married, the woman is said to leave her family and move into the husband's side of the family. And this is why for so long women could not be registered as the head of the family in the family registry record in Korea. Therefore, the husband who comes to visit the wife's side of the family is viewed as sort of an important guest. However, in modern Korea, this is less applicable as the makeup of many families have now changed, and there's even been significant changes in law as women can be registered as the head of the family. Now, when we pronounce this word, the 시옷받침 is silent and 지읒 in 집 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So it's 처갓집, 처갓집. Let's practice saying this word. 처갓집, 처갓집. That was great. Well done. The next word is for the son-in-law, and this is 사위, 사위. 사위 is a native Korean word, and when one's parents-in-law refers to the son-in-law, they add the son-in-law's surname in front of 사위. So my mother-in-law would address me as 김사위, 김사위, as my surname is Kim. Let's practice saying this word. 사위, 사위. The next word is the mother-in-law, and this is 장모님, 장모님. 장 is a syllable we use to show respect to our elders, and 모 means mother, and 님 is a suffix we add to names to be respectful. So 장모님 is a term we use to refer to the mother-in-law in the wife's family. Let's say this word together. 장모님, 장모님. That was great. Well done. Then we have the father-in-law, and this is 장인어른. 장인어른. 장, as we learned before, is a way of showing respect to our elders. In means a person, and 어른 means an adult. And together, 장인어른 refers to the father-in-law in the wife's family. Let's say this word together. 장인어른. 장인어른. Excellent job, well done. Now, one thing to note with these terms is that although 장모님 and 장인어른 are the proper terms for mother-in-law and father-in-law in the wife's family, quite often people just use 어머님 and 아버님. And using these terms is as common as using 장모님 and 장인어른. Okay, moving on. Next, we have various titles we use to refer to wives' brothers and sisters. And first, we have the older brother-in-law, and they are 형님. 형님. 형, as you may know already, is a term we use to refer to an older brother. So we simply add 님 and say 형님. 형님. Let's say this word together. 형님. 형님. That was great. Now, to refer to your wife's younger brother, we say 처남. 처남. 처, as mentioned earlier, means wife, and 남 means a man. And 처남 is a term we use to refer to the younger brother-in-law. Let's say this word together. 처남. 처남. That was excellent. Well done. The next word we have is for the older sister-in-law, and this is 처형. 처형. Although 형 is generally used to refer to an older brother, we use 처형 to refer to the older sister-in-law. And when we say this title in natural speed, here in 형 is barely audible. So it's 처형, 처형. Let's say this word together. 처형, 처형. That was great. Lastly, we have the younger sister-in-law, and this is 처제. 처제. 제 in this word means younger or junior. And this is a title we use to address the younger sister-in-law. Let's practice saying this word. 처제. 처제. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 처갓집 refers to the wife's family or wife's family's home. 사위 is the son-in-law. 장모님 is the mother-in-law, but we often just use 어머님. 장인어른 is the father-in-law, but we often just use 아버님. 형님 is the older brother-in-law. 처남 is the younger brother-in-law. 처형 is the older sister-in-law. And lastly, 처제 is the younger sister-in-law. Okay, so that's it for titles of those in the wife's side of the family. And next, we will learn titles for those in the husband's side of the family. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 처갓집, 처갓집. 사위, 사위. 장모님, 장모님. 장인어른, 장인어른. 형님, 형님. 처남, 처남. 처형, 처형. 처제, 처제. 처갓집, 처갓집. 사위, 사위. 장모님, 장모님. 장인어른, 장인어른. 처갓집, 처갓집. 형님, 형님. 처남, 처남. 사위, 사위. 장모님, 장모님. 처형, 처형. 처제, 처제. 장인어른, 장인어른. 처남, 처남. 처형, 처형. 처제, 처제. 형님, 형님. Hi everyone and welcome back. Following on from last lesson, in this lesson we're going to learn family titles of those in the husband side of the family. First up is the husband's family, and this is 시댁, 시댁. The syllable 시 means husband's family, and 댁 is the honorific form of 집, which means home. So 시댁 refers to the husband's family or the husband's family's home. Let's practice saying this. 시댁, 시댁. That was great. Well done. Next, we have the daughter-in-law, and this is 며느리, 며느리. 며느리 is a native Korean word. Let's practice saying this word. 며느리, 며느리. Excellent job, well done. Then we have names for the father-in-law and the mother-in-law in the husband's family. And they are 시아버지, 시아버지, and 시어머니, 시어머니. 시, as mentioned before, means the husband's family. So we add 아버지, father, and 어머니, mother, and form 시아버지 and 시어머니. Let's practice saying these family titles. 시아버지, 시아버지. 시어머니, 시어머니. Excellent job, well done. Now, similar to 장모님 and 장인어른, although these are the proper titles, it's also just as common to address the father and mother-in-law in the husband's family as 아버님 and 어머님. Additionally, to refer to parents-in-law, both the mother and the father-in-law, we can say 시부모, 시부모. So do keep that in mind. Next, we have titles for the husband's siblings. First, we have the older brother-in-law, and this is 아주버니, 아주버니. 아주버니 is a native Korean word, and we often say 아주버님, as this is a more respectful term. Also, people may say 시아주버님, though this is less common. Okay, so let's practice this title with 님 at the end. 아주버님, 아주버님. Great job, well done. Next, we have the younger brother-in-law, but the term we use depends on whether the younger brother-in-law is married or not. First, if he is not married, we address them as 도련님, 도련님. 도련님 is a native Korean word. Let's practice saying this word. 도련님. 도련님. That was great. Next, to address the married younger brother-in-law, we address them as 서방님. 서방님. Now, 서방님 is a term that has many different uses. First, it can be used to address the married younger brother-in-law. Second, it can also be used to address one's husband. However, using 서방님 to address one's husband is highly formal, and 서방님 is also quite an outdated term. Lastly, 서방님 can be used to address the younger sister-in-law's husband. So it's a term that's used to refer to many people in the husband's family. Let's practice this term, 서방님. Repeat after me. 서방님. 서방님. That was excellent. Well done. Then we have the sisters-in-law, and to refer to both older and younger sister-in-law, we say 시누이. 시누이. Let's say that together. 시누이. 시누이. Now, although 시누이 is a term we use to refer to both older and younger sister-in-law, we don't use this term to address them. 시누이 is more of a term we use as reference. To address the older sister-in-law, we say 형님, 형님. 형님, as we learned in the previous lesson, is a term the husband can use to address the older brother-in-law. However, similarly, the wife can also use this term to address the older sister-in-law. Let's practice saying this word. 형님. 형님. That was great. Well done. The final title is for the younger sister-in-law, and this is 아가씨. 아가씨. 아가씨 is a title one can use to address the younger sister-in-law, but in Korea, it's also a title older Korean people can use to address young Korean women. Let's practice saying this word, 아가씨. Repeat after me. 아가씨. 아가씨. Excellent job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 시댁 refers to the husband side of the family. 며느리 is the daughter-in-law. 시어머니 is the mother-in-law. And 시아버지 is the father-in-law. 아주버님 is the older brother-in-law. 도련님 is the unmarried younger brother-in-law, and 서방님 is the married younger brother-in-law. 시누이 is a collective noun to refer to both older and younger sister-in-law, but we use 형님 to refer to the older sister-in-law and 아가씨 to refer to the younger sister-in-law. Okay, so that's it for this lesson on family titles in the husband side of the family. Do make sure to take the review lesson for further practice. See you soon again. Bye-bye. 시댁, 시댁. 며느리, 며느리. 시어머니, 시어머니. 시아버지, 시아버지. 아주버님, 아주버님. 도련님, 도련님. 서방님, 서방님. 시누이, 시누이. 형님, 형님. 아가씨, 아가씨. 시댁, 시댁. 며느리, 며느리. 시어머니, 시어머니. 시댁, 시댁. 시아버지, 시아버지. 며느리, 며느리. 아주버님, 아주버님. 도련님, 도련님. 서방님, 서방님. 시어머니, 시어머니. 시누이, 시누이. 형님, 형님. 아가씨, 아가씨. 시아버지, 시아버지. 도련님, 도련님. 시누이, 시누이. 아주버님, 아주버님. 아가씨, 아가씨. 서방님, 서방님. 형님, 형님. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn words related to pregnancy. And the first word is pregnancy, and this is 임신, 임신. In this word, both im and shin refer to being pregnant. Let's first practice saying this word. 임신, 임신. That was great. Now, this word 임신 can be made into a verb by adding 하다. And when we say 임신하다, 임신하다, it means to be pregnant or to become pregnant. So if someone became pregnant and wanted to tell people, I'm pregnant, they would say, 저는 임신했어요. 저는 임신했어요. Now, in terms of pronunciation, the 니은 받침 in 신 carries over. So this is pronounced 임신하다, 임신하다. Let's practice saying that. 임신하다, 임신하다. That was great. Well done. The next word is for a pregnant woman or an expectant mother, and this is 임산부, 임산부. In this word, 산 refers to giving birth and 부 refers to a woman or wife. And together, 임산부 refers to a pregnant woman or an expectant mother. In Korea, if you go on subway trains, they have special seats for pregnant mothers, which are marked in pink color. These seats are often called 임산부 좌석 or 임산부 배려석. 좌석 means a seat and 배려석 means a seat in consideration for, as 배려 means consideration. Let's practice this word, 임산부. Repeat after me. 임산부, 임산부. That was great. Well done. The next word is childbirth, and this is 출산. 출산. 출 in this word means to give birth, and 산, as we learn in 임산부, also refers to giving birth. So 출산 is a word that means childbirth. The verb to give birth is 출산하다. 출산하다. However, 출산하다 is a more formal expression to talk about giving birth, and a more standard everyday term is 아기를 낳다. 아기를 낳다. 아기 means a baby, and the verb 낳다 also means to give birth. When we say this word 출산, 시옷 in 산 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So this is 출산, 출산. Let's practice saying this word. 출산, 출산. That was great. The next word is for a woman who has just given birth, and this is 산모, 산모. 산, as we have seen already, means giving birth, and 모 means mother. So 산모 refers to a woman who recently gave birth. And in Korea, this word is used in various products aimed at women who have just given birth, and to make reference to someone who recently gave birth. And in terms of pronunciation, the 니은 받침 in 산 is pronounced like a 미음 sound. So it's 산모, 산모. Let's practice this word together. 산모, 산모. Excellent job. The next word is feeding milk, and this is 수유, 수유. 수 means to give, and 유 means milk. So it literally means giving milk. And to say breastfeeding, we say 모유 수유, 모유 수유. In this word, 모 means mother and 유 means milk. So 모유 수유 literally means to feed mother's milk. Let's practice both of these words. Repeat after me. 수유, 수유. 모유 수유, 모유 수유. That was great. Well done. Okay, moving on. The next word is a newborn baby, and this is 신생아, 신생아. In this word, 신 means new, 생 means life, and 아 means a child or baby. So 신생아 means a new life baby, a newborn baby. Let's practice saying this word together. 신생아, 신생아. Great job. Next, we have maternity leave, and this is 출산휴가, 출산휴가. 출산, as we have learned already, means giving birth, and 휴가 means holiday or vacation. So together, 출산휴가 means maternity leave. There is another term for paternity leave, and we will learn this in the next lesson. Let's say 출산휴가, maternity leave. Repeat after me. 출산휴가, 출산휴가. Excellent job, well done. The final word in this lesson is what could be translated to mean a postnatal care center, and this is 조리원, 조리원. The actual full name is 산후조리원, and 산, as we have seen in words like 임산모 and 출산, means giving birth, and 후 means after. And 조리 means to care for someone so that they can recover their health. And 원 means a center, an institution. So 산후조리원 refers to a center where people recuperate after giving birth. And in everyday conversation, this place is referred to as 조리원, 조리원. Now, I don't know how common this kind of place is around the world, but in Korea, it's a really common practice for mothers to spend a week or two at these places to recover their health after they have given birth. Let's practice saying this word, 조리원. Repeat after me. 조리원, 조리원. Fantastic job today. Well done. Okay, so today we learned that 임신 means pregnancy and 임신하다 means to be or to become pregnant. 임산부 is a pregnant woman, 출산 is childbirth, and 산모 is a woman who has just given birth. 수유 is feeding milk, and 모유수유 is breastfeeding. 신생아 is a newborn baby. 출산휴가 is maternity leave and 조리원 is a postnatal care center. Okay, so that's it for another lesson, and I hope you learned a lot of useful words related to pregnancy. I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye bye. 임신, 임신. 임신하다, 임신하다. 임산부, 임산부. 출산, 출산. 산모, 산모. 수유, 수유. 모유수유, 모유수유. 신생아, 신생아. 출산휴가, 출산휴가. 조리원, 조리원. 임신, 임신. 임신하다, 임신하다. 임산부, 임산부. 출산, 출산. 임신, 임신. 산모, 산모. 임신하다, 임신하다. 수유, 수유. 임산부, 임산부. 모유수유, 모유수유. 출산, 출산. 신생아, 신생아. 출산휴가, 출산휴가. 산모, 산모. 조리원, 조리원. 수유, 수유. 신생아, 신생아. 조리원, 조리원. 모유수유, 모유수유. 출산휴가, 출산휴가. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn words related to childcare in Korean. And the first word kind of means raising a child, and this is 육아, 육아. In this word, 육 means raising kids and 아 means a child. And together, 육아 means raising a child. And in Korea, this is quite a common word when referring to raising a child. So in bookstore, if there is a book about how to raise a child, it would use this word 육아 방법, 육아 방법. And costs related to raising a child can be referred to as 육아 비용, 육아 비용. And in these phrases, 방법 means method and 비용 means cost. And in terms of pronunciation, 기역 carries over. So this is 육아, 육아. Let's say this word together. 육아, 육아. That was great, well done. Now, in the previous lesson, we mentioned that we would learn the expression for paternity leave in this lesson. And this is 육아휴직, 육아휴직. As we have just learned, 육아 means raising a child, and 휴직 refers to time off from work. So this expression actually means time off work for raising a child. And although it's not a specific term used to refer to paternity leave, because we already have 출산 휴가 for maternity leave, 육아휴직 is commonly used to refer to paternity leave. Let's say this word together. 육아휴직, 육아휴직. That was great, well done. The next word is a baby, and a baby is 아기, 아기. Let's say that together. 아기, 아기. That was great. Now, in the previous lesson, we learned that the word for a newborn baby is 신생아. However, there is another word for a newborn baby, and this is 갓난아기, 갓난아기. In this word, 갓 means new, 난 is the adjective form of the verb 낳다, which means to give birth, and 아기 means a baby. So this expression, 갓난아기, kind of means a newly born child, a newborn baby. Sometimes we say 갓난아이 instead of 갓난아기, and they mean the same thing. Now, at this point, you might be wondering, what's the difference between 신생아 and 갓난아기? Well, there are two key differences. First, 신생아 generally refers to babies that are just born, and you can refer to a baby as 신생아 maybe up to about a week or two after birth. However, 갓난아기 can be used to refer to babies perhaps up to about 4 or 5 weeks after birth. Second difference is in the level of formality. Generally, 갓난아기 is less formal, so 갓난아기 is more common in daily conversation. 신생아 is more formal, so it's more commonly used in products for newborn babies. So a product for newborn babies would have 신생아용 written on the product, and the syllable 용 refers to who or what something is for. However, you wouldn't find 갓난아기용 written in many products. Lastly, in terms of pronunciation, the 시옷 받침 in 갓 is pronounced as nian sound, so it's 갓난아기, 갓난아기. Also, in everyday conversation, people sometimes say 갓난아기 rather than 갓난아기, and people may also say 갓나네, 갓나네. Let's practice saying this word, 갓난아기, 갓난아기, 갓난아기. That was great, well done. The next word is twins, and this is 쌍둥이, 쌍둥이. In this word, 쌍 means a pair, and 둥이 doesn't necessarily mean a baby, but in certain words, it's used to refer to one's child. For example, 막둥이 is a cute way of referring to the youngest child in the family. Let's practice saying this word, 쌍둥이 twins. Repeat after me. 쌍둥이, 쌍둥이. That was great. Now, to refer to triplets, quadruplets, and so on, we simply add the number that refers to the number of children in front of 쌍둥이. So, triplets in Korean is 셋쌍둥이, 셋쌍둥이, and quadruplets are 넷쌍둥이, 넷쌍둥이. Okay, so moving on, the next word is nappies, diapers, and this is 기저귀, 기저귀. In natural speech, the vowel 위 in 귀 weakens to e, so it's 기저귀, 기저귀. Let's say that together. 기저귀, 기저귀. Let's say change nappies. 기저귀를 갈다, 기저귀를 갈다. 갈다 means to change, to replace. Let's say that together. 기저귀를 갈다, 기저귀를 갈다. That was great. Next, we have a stroller, a pushchair, and this is 유모차, 유모차. 차, as you may know already, refers to a vehicle. Let's say this word together. 유모차, 유모차. That was great. Well done. The next word is powdered milk, baby formula, and this is 분유, 분유. In this word, 분 means powder and 유 means milk. So this is powdered milk, baby formula. In the previous lesson, we learned that breastfeeding is 모유수유. So if you wanted to say that you feed your baby powdered milk, you can say 분유수유, 분유수유. When we say 분유, 니은 받침 in 분 carries over. So it's 분유, 분유. Let's say this word together. 분유, 분유. That was excellent. Well done. The next word is the baby bottle, and this is 젖병, 젖병. 젖 means breast, and in an earlier lesson on body parts, we learned that we can use 가슴 to refer to women's breasts. However, 젖 is a more general word for breasts, and it can be used to refer to breasts of humans and animals. Also, when we talk about breasts in relation to breast milk, we tend to use this word 젖. And the syllable 병 means a bottle, so 젖병 means a baby bottle or feeding bottle. We can also refer to baby bottles as 우유병, and 우유 means milk, but the use of 젖병 is more common. Now, when we say this word, 지읒 받침 is silent and 비읍 in 병 is pronounced as 병, so it's 젖병, 젖병. Let's say this word together. 젖병, 젖병. Excellent job, well done. The final word in this lesson is a dummy, a pacifier, and this is 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. In this word, 공갈 means a lie, a fake, and 젖꼭지 means a nipple. So in Korean, a dummy, a pacifier, is referred to as a fake nipple. Now, it's one of those words that sounds super weird when you translate it literally, but that's what it means. Now, 젖꼭지 means a nipple and is made up of 젖, meaning a breast, and 꼭지. And this word 꼭지 is a general term you can use to refer to something that's sticking out. So we use 꼭지 to refer to top parts of pot lids like this, and we also use 꼭지 to refer to the stem sticking out of certain fruit and vegetables. But when it's used with 젖, 젖꼭지 means a nipple, and it can be used to refer to nipples of both men and women. In terms of pronunciation, 지읒 받침 in 젖 is silent, and 지읒 in 지 is pronounced as a tense consonant. So it's 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. Let's say this word together. 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. Excellent job, well done. Okay, so today we learned that 육아 is raising a child. 육아휴직 refers to time off work for raising a child, but is commonly used to refer to paternity leave. 갓난아기 is a newborn baby. 쌍둥이 is twins. 기저귀 is nappies, diapers, and to change nappies is 기저귀를 갈다. 유모차 is a stroller, 분유 is powdered milk, 젖병 is a baby bottle, and lastly, a dummy, a pacifier is 공갈 젖꼭지. Okay, so that's it for another lesson, and as always, the review lesson will follow right after this. I look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye. 육아, 육아. 육아휴직, 육아휴직. 갓난아기, 갓난아기. 쌍둥이, 쌍둥이. 기저귀, 기저귀. 기저귀를 갈다, 기저귀를 갈다. 유모차, 유모차. 분유, 분유. 젖병, 젖병. 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. 육아, 육아. 육아휴직, 육아휴직. 갓난아기, 갓난아기. 육아, 육아. 쌍둥이, 쌍둥이. 기저귀, 기저귀. 육아휴직, 육아휴직. 기저귀를 갈다, 기저귀를 갈다. 유모차, 유모차. 갓난아기, 갓난아기. 분유, 분유. 쌍둥이, 쌍둥이. 젖병, 젖병. 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. 기저귀, 기저귀. 분유, 분유. 유모차, 유모차. 공갈 젖꼭지, 공갈 젖꼭지. 기저귀를 갈다, 기저귀를 갈다. 젖병, 젖병.